Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regular City Council meeting. It being June 9th, I would like to call this meeting to order. It is 5:30. Before we all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, I do want to say a couple of things. I'm using two mics. I ran into a lady this weekend, and she said she couldn't hear me. So I told my daughter maybe I need to bring my mom voice to the council meetings. And she also said that whenever we do the Pledge of Allegiance, everyone shuts off their mic except for the one that leads. And she said, we can't hear you. So tonight, I am just going to ask that we all keep our mics on and see if that's better, because I don't know about you guys, but I'm very proud and honored to stand up and say the Pledge of Allegiance. So with that being said, let's all stand and rise to say the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Abel?
Aye.
Councilmember Nutter?
Here.
Councilmember Hoheimer?
Here.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Here.
Councilmember Helst?
Here.
Councilmember Phillips?
Here.
And Mary Bruce?
Here. Having a quorum, we will conduct business. Chair would now entertain a motion for item 3, which is the approval of the agenda, please.
Madam Mayor, I move the following agenda be approved with the following corrections: that item 8.4 be changed to 8.11, and 8.11 be changed to 8.4 for better continuity on the agenda.
Thank you. Second? Anyone?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Nutter and second by Mr. Abel. Any questions, comments, or concerns about the consent agenda and the two items being moved? Seeing none, council, take your vote, please. I think. Motion passed. Agenda approved, 7-0. Now, item 4, which is the approval of the minutes, please.
Madam Mayor, I move that the City Council regular meeting minutes of May 27th, 2025 be approved.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Nutter and second by Ms. Hoheimer. Any questions, comments, or concerns about the minutes? Seeing none, council, take your vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. We have now come down to item 5, which is public input. Anyone wishing to have their voice heard, please come to the podium. Make sure that the mic is on. State your name for the record. And remember, you have 5 minutes.
Hello. Is it on?
Nope, not yet.
There it is.
There you go.
My name is Shane Goebel. I'm here
Welcome.
from my dad, Rick Goebel. I appreciate you guys giving us the chance to speak. I know you guys are talking about my dad's house tonight, 909 Court Street. I just want to talk about it, and hopefully this gets approved so we can move forward. His house, the front of his house was tore down on March 21st, 80 days ago from today, and then left the way it is. There's really unsafe sidewalks that anybody could fall off onto his property and then sue him. There's a foot below the sidewalk where if somebody fell off the sidewalk, they could sue the city. His stairs now are unsafe that are attached to the house, and they left the frame exposed on the front of his porch, so now water's getting in the porch, making even more damage than there was. and they left a huge hole in the corner, which is now occupied by a bird, so the bird is halfway in the house and halfway out of the house. So I was just wanting to bring this all to attention, so we can get this fixed for my dad. He's had some real anxiety about this over 80 days and wondering what's going to go on, what's going to happen, when's it going to happen. And it's been a lot of no answers for the 80 days. One other thing is that he used to have a sidewalk to take his garbage from the back to the front, and there's no sidewalk there. So now he has to drop the garbage can down 1.5 feet into the dirt, which has a bunch of rocks and all kinds of debris in it. Take that across, which is about 30 feet, and then take it up another foot to get it up onto the sidewalk so they can take the trash. So I just, when you guys discuss this tonight, I would appreciate if you take it really serious for my dad. And I thank you guys.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public?
I'm Amy McCoy with the Pekin Area Chamber of Commerce.
Welcome.
And- Thank you. It is summertime and the event season for both the Chamber of Commerce and the Tourism Committee. So I just want to say thank you to the city staff for supporting the events that we're able to host on behalf of the city and for supporting both the Pekin Marigold Festival and the Honor America celebration as well. The hot air balloon event, the Dragons Fire Balloon Fest, is our next event. It will be held June 27th and 28th at the Avani's Event Center. We are looking for volunteers for that event, so if anybody's interested in hot air ballooning or wants to learn more about hot air ballooning, we'd love to have you there. And then shortly after that, the next week, of course, we're celebrating the 4th of July back inside the stadium for its 77th year of the fireworks here in Pekin. So that's exciting. And then we get a bit of a break, but then August 23rd is our next downtown street party. And then, of course, the Pekin Marigold Festival, always the weekend after Labor Day. So thank you again to all the city staff and all the folks that I get to work with. Appreciate all of the support and just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate everything you do. Anyone else from the public? Love your yellow top.
Thank you. My name's Elaine Ritchie. I have, first of all, I have 48 panels of solar on my house. I've been out there all hours looking to see where their glare is. There's none. I have no glare from my house. Other neighbors in my neighborhood also have solar panels, no glare. We don't have a problem. My light bill, before I got my solar panels, was anywhere from $400 to $600 a month. I have a small house, but it's not very well insulated. Right now, it's $58. It has saved me a ton of money, and I'm on a fixed income, so it helps me a great deal. Also, I'm here also to find out when are we going to get something on Derby Street, some kind of store. Save-A-Lot was such a good asset for our area, and we miss it. I mean, it's not like I can't drive to go to Kroger's or Schnucks or any of them, but it was just a small store, and you knew where everything was, and I done most of my grocery shopping there. I would love to see another store go in there, and I'm sure a lot of people that doesn't have vehicles would like to see that as well. The last 2 weeks, Commissioner Fletcher brought up about the pro tem mayor. I also would like to see changes in that. Why should, you should rotate. I feel it is necessary for everybody to get a taste of it, and it should not just be one person the whole 4 years of the mayor's stay. I think that it should change to give everybody a chance to see what it's like. Also on the homeless people, we've got so many motels that are down. I know that the owners probably don't want to take the responsibility of homeless people, but would there be a way of trying to make some kind of a deal so we could get the homeless off of the river, off of the streets, and give them an incentive that you could stay here in this place for so many months, but you have to find a job or you're out? I mean, trying to get them an incentive to help them. Some of them, I agree, don't want help, but some of them may. And I think it would be a good incentive. We got motels that's rotten, and look at Motel 6, it's an eyesore. Yeah, I mean, it's sitting out there on one of our main drags that is sad. It's very sad to see, you know. I guess that's about all I got to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, that's all right. You can say thank you. Anyone else from the public, please?
Hi, my name is Greg Hansen. Never been to a council meeting before.
Well, welcome.
I'm not speaking. She kind of stole my thunder.
Did she?
I'm here to speak about the homelessness.
Okay.
I know it's a big problem. I know it's difficult. I know there are no easy solutions. And I know that people are stressed. People in Pekin are at the point where they're fed up. On the south side of Pekin, it's been a problem for a long time. People are afraid to leave anything outside because it gets stolen. Now, I live on the north side of Pekin, and it's just becoming a problem there. I live by the railroad tracks. The camps that were there a couple years ago really didn't get into our neighborhood at all, but since they've been moved out of there, they've scattered. The Dewey bikes keep us awake at night. I've got cameras on my house now. My dog barks at all hours of the night in a neighborhood where you would never expect to see such a thing. They're everywhere. You can't drive through Pekin without seeing them. They're leaving messes behind. I used to walk my dog on the railroad tracks. You can't do that anymore. There's needles everywhere. It's not safe. It's not safe for my kids to go play near the tracks. Not that it is anyhow, but you know how kids are. I'm not expecting anybody to say, we've got an answer. There's no easy answers. But I think while you're probably thinking, oh, we're working on it, we're not working on it. We're not working on it to the point where anything's getting done that we can see, other than the problem getting worse. I think that we need to start putting together something conclusive that will handle this problem. There's no treatment in Pekin. We can't just move them to Peoria. Maybe not. But maybe we can. There are treatment facilities. And the ones who don't want treatment typically are the ones who are guilty of committing the crimes. They're the ones who are keeping the drug problem going. And unless we do something to make it better, it's just going to continue to get worse. So I'm going to keep coming every month, and I'm going to keep bringing this up because I'm a vocal person on the internet, and I promised I would put my foot down and come here and start trying to find a way to fix this problem. I guess that's about all I have. So thank you for letting me speak, and get used to seeing me.
Well, you are welcome, but I will tell you that our police chief is working very hard on certain things. Anyone else from the public? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. We have now come down to item 6, which is consent agenda. Chair would entertain a motion, please.
Madam Mayor, I move the following be approved. 6.1, accounts payable paid proof list through May 30th, 2025. 6.2, investment report April 2025. 6.3, receive and file fiscal year 2025-26 budget transfers for June 9th, 2025. 6.4, the Pekin Fire Department monthly incident report for May of 2025. 6.5, the Building Department permit report, May 2025. And finally, 6.6, receive and file bid results for airport aviation fuel tank replacement be approved.
Second. Motion made by Mr. Nutter and second by Ms. Phillips. Any questions, comments, or concerns about the consent agenda?
I've got a couple.
Sure.
In regards to 6.1, the account payable report. So we've got a couple payments in there that I wanted to ask about. And I'll start with the one for PAT services. It's a $648 payment for asbestos testing. And that was for the property at the corner there of Court and Washington, that the owner agreed to do all the demolition of that. Why did we have to pay for asbestos testing on that? I thought the owner was going to be responsible for all that.
I don't have Nick here to answer that right now, but
Okay.
I don't have an answer for you.
Okay, and another one on there is for the board ups that we pay for the contractor that we approved to go out and do the board ups. Do we still have the pile of plywood down at the bus department parking lot that we're using for those?
We do maintain a supply of plywood. We have to replenish it as it gets used.
Okay, and the reason I ask is because there's some expenses in here under those board ups for wood, basically, on top of the labor, and I'm just curious why we're paying for wood on these board ups if we're providing that wood. Just another question, if somebody wants to get back on that one. And then the last one I got is for,
Looks like his mic is not working, sorry. That's,
Sorry, I'm sure. There's sometimes where we have wood that we don't have on hand that we need specific type of wood for a certain board up, so I would have to look at it in particular, but there are times where our standard plywood is not what we're looking to use on a certain project, so there is times we did that in a generality to save money on the city, so we didn't have to pay them to go out each time and load up wood. We had a standard stock, but if there's something that we either run out, we run low, or we need a specific type, then they would be purchasing it, and it would be part of the bill.
okay, thank you. And then, so last August, we approved a resolution for some sidewalk improvements. And we approved that to Merck Contractor. I don't recall what the total dollar amount of that project was, but the night that was approved, the expenses for that project were shown in the agenda packet that they were going to be paid out of two line items. One was from the BDD funding, and one was from capital projects. And we just recently have 4 payments in the account payable report for tonight's meeting for a total of almost $89,000 for that particular project. And all of those expenses were paid out of not just a complete different line item, but a complete different fund. They were paid out of the Court Street TIF fund. So my question on that, and I think this has been brought up in the past, so I just want to clarify. If we as a council sit up here and approve a resolution or an ordinance for whatever it is, and there's an expense attached to that, and it states in the packet the night that that gets approved what funding source we're going to use to pay for that expense, what line item that's going to come out of. After that gets approved, am I to understand that the staff has the authority to just pay for that from any other funding source? Or does that have to be paid out of the same funding source that was presented to us when we approved it? Because to me, that should be a huge budget amendment, because you're taking money out of a complete different funding that was not approved, and you're not taking it out of 2 other funding sources. And it's a lot of money.
give them a chance, they're fumbling for mics. I think I might have stole one of them.
Yeah, Councilmember Hills, that.
Can you guys hear me better, though?
I can hear you very well.
Very good.
That particular expense, so, I mean, maybe the attorney can speak to it. So the resolution itself doesn't specifically say what fund. If council would like us to move an expense into a fund, you can certainly have us do that. I would just say that, you know, especially after a fiscal year has rolled over, wherever there's budget money for that expense, like a general public improvement.
That's true.
It's, you know, legal and eligible to come out of there. Certainly, when we prepare agenda items, we do our best to say that this is the plan for where it's going to be paid out of for your information. But as far as I know, it's not, you know, law that it has to come out of there. Certainly, we follow all requirements of law when it comes to spending out of the budget. But that particular line item, I know that was, you know, we had money in the Court Street TIF for those types of expenses. That was approved by council in a budget, and maybe we didn't in capital projects at that point, I'm not sure.
Right, and I understand that those aren't included under the description in those resolutions. It's usually under what they call financial impact. But the reason those are shown is to show the council that we've got money budgeted for those expenses. And here's where it's budgeted. We budgeted X amount of money in this fund to pay for this. 6 months later, we don't pay for it out of that fund. We pay for it out of a complete different fund, and if nobody picks that up on the account payable report, we'd never know it. So where's the money at that we didn't spend out of the funds it was supposed to come from? And where's the budget amendment? Because we just took money out of a different fund that we didn't have
Well,
any
there-
intentions of doing.
So if money, you know, sidewalk money, let's just call it, you know, infrastructure money, public improvement money was budgeted in the BDD, and there was infrastructure money budgeted in the Court Street TIF, I mean, as far as, you know, law goes, it doesn't matter which one it comes out of. Now, I certainly understand that it was presented at one point that it was going to come out of this fund 6, 8, 9, 10 months later, especially after a budget year when a new budget's been approved, that could end up being different. But again, if, you know, if council would like us to move that expense, we can do that.
Okay, so just to wrap this up, then it's whatever staff presents out there for how a particular project's gonna be expended, that doesn't necessarily have to be where it comes from. That can be changed after the fact,
Yeah, I would say that's the
without
plan.
coming to council.
As long as there's adequate budget in the line item that we do end up coding it to, as approved by council,
And
then
it
there's
doesn't
budget.
require a budget amendment.
Not if there's budgeted money in that other fund for that type of purpose. I don't know if you have another opinion on that, Eric?
No, I agree.
Well, sorry, two Erics, Finance Director Eric. Good to know, though.
With that said, though, generally speaking, we want to be consistent with what's presented, that it gets through, and it would probably behoove us to, you know, clarify whether or not if a funding source may change or the situation that presents itself is a little bit different financially speaking, that we are open with that with the council and let us know about the financial condition and whatnot. But as a rule of thumb, usually you just want to be consistent with what's presented, and that's where you pay for those lines.
Okay. That's all I have, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I do have something to add to that, if you would, please.
Sure.
So the Merck bill came in on 4/30, and it's paid out of the current budget. Is that true, or is this where it falls into the 13-month catch-up?
It could, there's parameters that go behind it. So for example, if you had a bill and it's when, say, materials are received, right, versus when, or a service is going to be provided, if that service has been provided in the previous fiscal year, that can be something that goes to the FY25. But if it's a bill that's coming up and those services are going to be provided in the future and whatnot, then it's an FY26. So it really, you need to analyze as those bills come due. And that's where period 13 goes through, where we need to take a close look at it, and if anything needs to be reclassified, then we do so at that time.
Okay, I'm just going to give you a number. It's on page 11 of the first accounts payable. It's either the first accounts payable or the second accounts payable, and it's under Merck, M-E-R-C. And it's almost 89 grand, so. you don't necessarily have to give an answer tonight, but it'd be good to get back and figure out what we
Yeah.
got going on.
Oh, we'll take a look at that too.
Okay.
And the question depends on when everything
Sure.
is installed and all the work is
Okay.
done. Yeah.
Dave, I'm pretty sure I coded that one, and I think the one that, that came in, we had it with finance's advice go back to fiscal year '25. Because the actual work was done in fiscal year '25, and the invoice
That's
did come in.
correct. It
you
was.
know.
Yeah, so you had to.
They
actually-
continue to do work in FY '26, and so
Right.
now those bills will go FY '26.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay? Is that it, Dave?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, with the questions that Mr. Hilst had and Mr. Nutter had, are we now ready to vote on the consent agenda? Okay. Everyone? Council, take your vote, please. Motion passes 6-1. We now have come down to public hearing. Mr. Dossi, this is the block grant for the annual action plan. Would you like to explain this, please?
I'm going to pass this over to Josh.
Mr. Ray?
Thank you, Mayor. I am sure that I will not do this as well as our former program manager, Tina Hawk. That's definitely for sure, but I will do my best.
All right.
So this is the first public hearing for the draft 2025 through 2029 consolidated plan and 2025 annual action plan. Those are two documents that are required for the CDBG program. I'll go into some more detail later, but this is the first of two public hearings. Right now, we are in the first 30-day comment period. There will be another 30-day comment period and a public hearing on the final plans next month.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I guess we need to formally. Go ahead, Eric.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
We need to formally open up the public hearing.
I am so sorry.
Madam
It-
Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to have a public hearing for the Community Development Block Grant CDBG Draft 225 to 229 Consolidated Plan and Draft 2025 Annual Action Plan.
Okay, I'm not sure that we did it that way before, but is that acceptable?
Yes.
Perfect. Do I have to have a second?
If you're doing it by motion, you would have a second.
All right. Can I have a second, please? Second by Ms. Hoheimer. So motion made by Ms. Phillips, second by Ms. Hoheimer. So our public hearing is now open. Oh,
Your vote.
You just state the time.
it is, we'll say 6 PM. And council, take your vote. I apologize, we've never done it quite that way, so perfect. Council, take your vote. I think. So we are now having public hearing. It passed 7-0. Mr. Ray.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize
Thank
for
you.
that.
Sorry about that.
Again, I'm not going to do this as well as Tina, but we're going to give it a shot. So just some basic kind of vocab to get this thing started. HUD, I'll refer to a lot as the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. They administer this program. CDBG, or Community Development Block Grant, is the program that's administered. It's got specific national objectives and eligible activities, and it's where we get our funding from for this. The City of Pekin is an entitlement organization. It's a we are a municipality that automatically receives funding through the CDBG program based on several complicated community characteristics. I'll be honest, I don't know them all, but population, median income, poverty levels, all those things, there's a big formula, and then, they award us some money.
Okay.
The program year is similar to a budget year, but for a CDBG program, it is September 1 through June 30th. Sorry, September 1 through August 30th, that's a typo. And the allocation are the dollars that are awarded to the city. We don't actually get a check for that at the beginning of the year. It's reimbursement based, so we have some cash flow right there where we spend things, we request reimbursement, they send us money for those things, and that's how we get paid.
Okay.
The consolidated plan is created every 5 years, a 5-year plan, and it requires significant community input, which I'll go over in a minute. It assesses the community's needs and then goes through goals and a kind of a light strategic plan process that identify how you're going to spend the money. The annual action plan is created each year before the program year with some community input still, and it is the execution of that consolidated plan in each program year. As you go from program year to program year, generally you're going to follow that consolidated plan. Any deviations from it, you have to go through an amendment process, which would be very similar to how you create these plans. And then lastly, there's something called the Comprehensive Annual Performance Evaluation Report, referred to as the CAPER. And the CAPER is kind of the after-action report. So at the end of each program year, there's a report that goes to HUD that says this is how we spent the money, and they make sure that we spent it in accordance with our plan. So I mentioned national objectives. Every activity that we spend CDBG dollars on must meet one of 3 national objectives. Either benefiting low to moderate income persons, and you can do that in a few ways, one of which is through what's called a low to moderate income area, or you can directly benefit low to moderate income individuals. Another national objective is prevention or elimination of slum or blight, and that again can be on an area basis or it could be on a spot basis. And then the third national objective are urgent needs, and those must specifically pose a serious and immediate threat to the health or welfare of the community with other financial resources not available. So that one is a pretty hard standard to meet. You have to document a lot of things. It was used most widely around the COVID pandemic, but since then not so much. This is the current LMI map. So I know I can't really zoom in or anything, but you can kind of see the big line of Court Street going through town. The yellow areas are what HUD considers to be kind of our automatic LMI areas, and that's based on census data and other data that they collect. So we did not create this, we didn't propose it, this is what they give us, this is your LMI area.
Okay.
So if a project is within an LMI area, generally it's going to be an acceptable project, it's going to meet that national objective, otherwise you really have to show that the people that are benefiting from the activity are low to moderate income individuals.
Okay.
So for the 2025 through 2029 consolidated plan, there are several basic steps. We are at step 2 right now, so we have done some initial community input and data gathering, and so right now we are in the first public comment period and doing the public hearing right now on the draft plans. The next step after the public comment period is over is to incorporate any of that additional official feedback into the final plan, create that, and again have a comment period, present it to council, get approval, and ultimately get submitted to HUD, and then they might have us make some changes, but hopefully not.
Okay.
So far, community input summary. So far, we have had a community survey. That was out, I believe, through most of the month of April, I want to say. So that's kind of the last thing that Tina Hawk put together before she departed with the city. It was a 30-question survey that 78 people responded to. It had questions across areas of infrastructure and public facilities, public services, business and economic opportunity, housing, all those different topics. Some of the most noted issues, or I should say the most noted issues, were that people wanted solutions to homelessness, they wanted street and sidewalk improvements, and they wanted a kind of mixed together employment opportunities and workforce training. Solutions to homelessness and street and sidewalk repair were by far the most commonly noted thing or highly rated thing as far as a need to the community. We also had 3 community input meetings. We published notice of those meetings and held them at different locations around town and at different times of the day to try to get different groups of people to come to them. Ultimately, we had 3 total attendees. One of the meetings had 2 attendees, one had 0, and the third one had 1 attendee. They were held at the Salvation Army, the Pekin Public Library, and the Pekin Housing Authority. Again, the most noted issues with those folks were, again, solutions to homelessness, especially transportation and mental health related issues, landlord-tenant issues, sidewalk improvements, and children's programs. So on to the data. So that was straight from kind of the people's mouth, if you will. The data comes from generally federal sources or kind of regional data sources. So first of all, Pekin has experienced a decrease in population since 2015 when there was close to 34,000 people. As of 2024, the census tells us there's 31,226 people living in Pekin. We have had a decrease in households. So from, again, about 14,000 households to about 13.5 thousand households in 2023. We have had a decrease in median household income when you adjust it for inflation, and these are in 2023 dollars. So in 2023 dollars, a household was making 62.5 on average, whereas now they're at 58,355. There has been an increase in households that are below the median family income for our area. So 58% of households in 2015 were below that median, and now it's 63.5%, as of 2021 at least. This last one, I want to make special note, this is not City of Pekin, this is the entire area, so it's Tazewell County, it's actually a 3-county area. So in 2019, there was estimated to be 285 homeless individuals in the area, and now it is up to close to 500 as of 2024. So with that data, we create a needs assessment. We can't address everything, so you have to prioritize, and ultimately, City Council can decide things because you're the approving authority to submit this to HUD. But for now, what we've put together as a draft are that we want to provide public services for those individuals experiencing homelessness. Service, and this is a big deal, I think. Services are capped at 15% of our annual allocation, which is roughly $65,000 a year. That's the 15%. It seems interesting to me that HUD wants us to do more and more things along these lines, but then they cap using the money for these types of activities. So one of the things that we've discussed with Attorney Vasselli and our lobbyists is, what does it look like to get involved in the legislative process to maybe get some of those rules changed so that we can allocate some of that money differently. We haven't, really gotten into that yet, but that is a possibility if council would like to explore it. Probably not going to change anything in the next 5 years, though. Fire department response, so that would be limited to Station 3 on Derby Street because that is the demographic area that mostly meets that LMI as far as their primary response district. That's been an eligible activity in the past. Presumably it would be going forward. I confirmed with HUD, and they said it would be all good moving forward. The biggest reason we included that, or just emergency response in general, that came from some of those, or a couple of those folks that attended sessions that said, look, and I know you guys can't provide a lot of mental health services, you can't provide a lot of that stuff, but when incidents happen, the fire department, the police department are the ones that show up. And if we can at least keep them showing up and with good equipment and good everything, that's at least something that they have at their disposal.
True.
Public infrastructure being another one. Again, it's going to be mostly limited to those low to moderate income areas. And then another thing I want you to consider is think reconstruction, not just like a resurfacing. So this money cannot be used for general maintenance. It can't fill potholes, it can't fill cracks in sidewalks, but it could reconstruct a road, or it could reconstruct a section of sidewalk that is not ADA compliant, those kinds of projects. So we'd be, wanting to put some money there.
Okay.
And then lastly, again, not as highly rated, but one of the common threads from the community input was some kind of workforce training. Generally, people thought that the workforce in Pekin was not skilled enough or did not have enough education to really, get to those better paying jobs. So again, you'd be limited to helping those low to moderate income individuals. Kind of the whole point. You help them, they can help themselves for the rest of their lives. And then that comes up later. So those are the 4 big categories of needs that we put together. The anticipated resources we will have to meet those needs or to work on those needs. We get somewhere around $430,000 a year in our annual allocation. It's a little bit higher than that for program year 2025, but the number has been coming down each year. So kind of on average, I just expected maybe around $430,000 a year for the next 5 years. And then we do get program income. That is a term that is basically if we had things in the past that we had loans or other types of stuff that people are paying money back into the program. If you buy property with CDBG money and then you sell it, the income from those activities, this goes back to the CDBG fund to be used for other CDBG activities, and that's called program income.
Okay.
The biggest thing that we have is a lot of outstanding loans from several years ago, housing-related loans, and some people pay on those each month. It's not very much. And then generally, whenever a house is sold, there's a lien on the property, and the city gets paid when that house is sold. So we never know how much we're going to get. It's very sporadic, but we're guessing somewhere around $2,000 on average per year. So that's $432,000 a year times 5 years, $2.16 million over the next 5 years.
Okay, very good.
So the goals and projects that we think we want to work on. We want to sustain or expand community services for those individuals experiencing homelessness. Again, that's capped at 15%, but if we can, we want to do that all 5 years, and primarily we want to continue the police department's social worker program. It's been highly effective. If you'd like a lot more information on that, Chief Franny and our social worker, we can get together and talk you through it. But I think especially the service providers, Salvation Army and POI and all of those, they highly, highly rate her work in the police department, making those contacts with those individuals and getting them help and getting them housed. So for what we can spend on services, we think that has been a successful program, and we want to continue that. We want to address blighted and inaccessible public infrastructure. So again, all 5 years, we want to put some money primarily towards rehabilitating sidewalks with ADA issues. That'll again be focused in those LMI areas. When you're addressing ADA stuff, you can go outside of LMI stuff, but we have so much that's within the LMI areas, there's no real reason to stretch those lines. So that'll primarily be sidewalk projects. We want to improve emergency response. So for 4 years, there's a rather large expense probably coming to City Council within the next few months to kind of place on order a replacement fire apparatus. Chief Reese could speak to that more, but that would be for Station 3, and it's not going to pay for the whole thing. It's not even going to pay for half of it, but spending some serious money each year to help ensure that fire station stays operational and responsive. And then lastly, improve the workforce skills in the community. So for one of those years, come up with some kind of grant program where a workforce-oriented organization, could be an educational institution, could be a nonprofit, they put together a program and they say, this is how we're going to help the workforce of low to moderate income folks in your town. They become a subrecipient if City Council approves it. And then there's some program administration money, which is also capped. So for the 2025 annual action plan, where we actually start putting some numbers to this stuff, you can see $55,000 for program administration. That's capped at around 87, but we don't really see the need to include too much there. $46,000 goes towards a prior Section 108 loan. Section 108 is just HUD's loan program for this type of stuff. So we had a loan for a previous fire apparatus, also at Station 3 from several years ago, that we're making payments on every year with interest. $65,000, that's that full public services cap going towards the PD social worker program. $200,000 going towards that additional fire apparatus, and then the balance, which is over $77,000 towards sidewalk improvements in that first year.
Nice.
Other possible activities, and again, this is a hearing, it'll be open for any public comments or council feedback, and we'll take notes on that. Other possible activities that you could do with this money, you could have different types of public services. Again, if you're going to do different public services, that's going to reduce what we can do through the social worker program, so just please keep that in mind.
Yeah.
You can have different public facility or infrastructure projects as long as it's not for the general conduct of government, so you can't do city halls with it. You could do economic development activities. There's a lot of documentation and things that are tied to that with the federal money and a lot of federal strings, so it's complicated, but it can be done. I personally, that being kind of my department, I feel like we have other tools for economic development, so I don't necessarily think we should pull money from this program for that kind of stuff, but that's certainly an option. You can do residential, commercial building rehabilitations, although that is also cumbersome with environmental reviews, and you have to meet all current building codes. You can't just fix somebody's roof and then leave everything else, less than code. You can do housing construction. You can do homeownership assistance programs. You can acquire property. You can do demolitions, which we have done in the past. I think we talked at the last meeting about shifting demolition money to being funded by TIFs, which makes the process way smoother. I have yet to fully talk with the police department about that, so that's not set in stone by any means, but we need to think of some strategy there. And then you can also use it for some code enforcement expenses. So again, this is the draft plan. The public comment period is open through June 27th, and then there will be another public comment period on the final plan. My contact information is in there. You can view the plans online. You can come to City Hall and get them. You can email me, call me, and we'll accept all comments on the plan. And those will be a part of our final as a summary of comments. So at this time, Mayor, I think it would be appropriate if you'd like to open up comments to the public and then perhaps have council provide any feedback after.
Okay, so public comments are now open from the public, but I do want to say thank you, Ms. Phillips, for kind of getting me out of that little pickle. Anyone from the public wishing to ask a question, have comments? No? Oh, okay.
Mike's already on.
There you go.
I have a question on this.
Sure.
You said it's residential as well, or how do you get that?
So the category in which you can spend the money can include residential structure rehabilitations. We don't currently, I mean, we kind of have a program through the TIF that we could sort of model it after, but, council would approve a program and approve spending. So it doesn't exist right now with CDBG, but it is one thing that, we could decide to do with the money.
I think the reason why I'm asking is I've already put a new roof, new air conditioning, new furnace, capped, all brand-new windows, capped everything. Only thing I've got left on my house is siding, which is very expensive, which I would like to try to do. And if I could get into a program, even if having to pay so much back, that would be fine at a lower interest rate. But that's what I would like to do. I'm trying to find siding is very expensive.
Yeah, that would be a type of program that, the city could stand up as a residential assistance program where there's an inspection done, we say this is everything that would have to be done. If it's just the siding, that's fine. And then you get a contract to do the work. Council might say, we'll pay for 50%, you have to pay for 50%. It does have to be limited to low to moderate income individuals, or it would have to count as in a slum and blight area, which generally in Pekin, generally TIF districts are allowed because that's why they're created. So a lot of areas of Pekin would be considered. That is a type of program that could be done.
So how do I obtain a contract? Or
Again, we don't have it right now. We don't have that program.
Don't have it right now.
So that's, that was not a program that is proposed in the draft plan. If you're saying you would like to see a program like that in the final plan, I'll take that, I'll take that
Yeah.
comment.
I mean, like I said, I've upgraded everything. That's the only thing I've left on my house that has to be done.
Okay.
And
I
I'd like
appreciate-
to improve my home for the city.
Definitely appreciate your
you know.
comment. We'll note it.
That's all I have to do. Just can't afford it right now. And it'll make my house warmer as
I
well.
was just going to say with maybe some insulation.
Yes, because it will make my house warmer.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Is that all? Anyone from the public?
This whole thing is very interesting to me. I should have done this a long time ago. Actually, Ms. Phillips told me online I should have done this a long time ago. She might not remember me, but she did. That program, I know it's not available, as you said. Do people know about this? Let me give you a little background. I'm not a native Illinoisan. I'm not native of Pekin, obviously, but I've been here for 11 years, been in Illinois for 20. I've made this my home. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a homeowner. I love Pekin. And there's a lot about it that
Thank
people-
you, we do too.
Good, I hope so. A lot of people chastise me for saying that, but maybe I have a different perspective. But at the same time, last month, my girlfriend, my oldest daughter, and I spent 2 weeks back up in upstate New York, and I was making jokes saying, this town we're about to drive through, people consider this town a dump. They're beautiful. The houses are gorgeous. The lawns are taken care of. The little downtowns are bustling. And I've seen a lot of improvement here in Pekin since I've been here, but I've seen a lot of decay too. I mean, truthfully, if you get south of, say, St. Julian Street, the houses start to get more and more decayed. The yards are less and less taken care of. And I'm sure expense has a lot to do with that. So do people know that this opportunity could potentially exist for them in this town? Because I've never heard of it. Oh, and by the way, I went solar last year. $57 bill this month. So that's my question. That's my question, and hopefully there's a good answer.
Mr. Ray?
I mean, I have no clue if people know about it or not, right? That's why we have public hearings like this, and we post community input meetings at the start of these plans, is to hopefully get folks like yourself to show up and participate. You know, like I said, and like, you know, you I know you understood, there is no existing program for that. It is a program we could stand up with this money. I probably get, through the front desk, you know, people just call the city. I probably get 1 or 2 calls a month that get back to me of people asking if there is some kind of, you know, housing improvement assistance that we could do, whether it's somebody with a hole in their roof or their, you know, boiler went out or whatever. And I direct them to other places that I think might have some services and explain to them that we don't. So it seems that people at least know that they can call the city and ask. Unfortunately, we don't have a program for that right now, but that's something that, you know, ultimately if council wants to include that in the plan, we can.
Well, I had just asked you today if there was a certain program that was done a few years ago and if we would ever do anything like that again. But on this, if we do get this kind of program, it will be on our website eventually, correct?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. If we stood up
So
a program like
that's
this.
going to be part of your answer, yeah.
It'd be on the website, you know, we post it on social media whenever it opens, during application periods, all
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Yeah, okay. Anyone else? Seeing none, public comment, or public hearing,
Did
excuse
you
me.
want to allow council to
Oh.
participate at all?
Council want to say anything? Mr. Abel?
I think we need to remember, which we learned when former Mayor Mark Luff was our state rep, there's such a thing as a homeless bill of rights. And I remember when we talked about CDBG, it was always about LMI, not homeless. Now it's become such a problem, it's in more of the CBDG program.
Yeah.
And whatever we do here, and we learned that when we cleaned up the riverfront, we've got eyes in Springfield watching us. Every community, not just us, I mean, any community, when you're dealing with them, and we heard it right from Mark when he was in Springfield, they're watching you to do it, it's done correctly and by the book.
It's
I don't care
true.
what it is. And whether we like it or not, that's a law.
Yeah, I
So
know.
whatever we do, we have to watch it, we're doing it the correct way. May not seem correct to the public, but it's the fact that we have to do it
I know.
correctly, or we got lawsuits.
We do.
So,
I
just something to
appreciate that,
remember,
yeah.
because it seems like every meeting, no matter what we got in the agenda, the homeless factor is brought into it in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
So, just a reminder.
Thank you. Anyone else from council? Ms. Phillips?
Number one, I want to thank Shane and Lane for their input on this topic. I did have the chance to attend the mayor's coffee house about the homeless issue, and I share everybody's concern about this. And I want to remind people just that this is not a Pekin problem, this is a national problem.
100% right.
And the fact that our homeless population is increasing isn't because we're doing anything wrong. It's just something's going wrong in the country. And, you know, we can all debate a lot about what that is. I love the money that goes to the social worker program because an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. I understood what Josh said, that there's only so much that we can put towards personnel. There's a lot of areas that we could unblight. I think this is fabulous planning. The idea about helping the homeowners, my first reaction with that is you've got to be really careful because there's only so much money and you have to decide what qualifies and what doesn't qualify, and it would be a huge thing to take on. whether or not it's something that we want to take on, that's why we have public comment, correct?
Correct.
So just with that point, thank you all, and I will,
Well, Peg, oh, you got to say something. Hold on one second. I do want to say that I know that the police chief probably has said many times, I'd love to clone our Misty, because she is really doing an outstanding job, and it is not an easy job. Her hands are full daily. So, Ms. Hoheimer.
That's what I was just going to say. Chief, thank Misty for us, and Josh, you did a great job. Thanks for the presentation.
Mr. Ray.
Yeah, if you don't mind me interjecting, Mayor, Ms. Phillips just said something I wanted to hit on. I put some of those notes and some of those other activities about this would require environmental reviews or other types of things. You know, as you all know, in FY26, we did scale staffing down a bit. And so one of the things that we're also trying to do from a staff perspective, which is not the most important thing, but it's a factor, is that we don't want to get into a lot of programs that are going to require a lot more staff time without a way to pay for additional staff.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons that, you know, I like the idea of shifting demo stuff from CDBG to TIF, because it takes out a whole administrative process if we can use the TIF money for it. So again, future conversation there, but just wanted to bring that up as another reason why some of the activities were chosen the way they were, is the way we've got it laid out now will take pretty minimal amount of staff time to execute that plan.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Any other council?
I got a couple, please.
Sure.
So-
Mr. Hilst.
The $46,000 loan payment that was up there a minute ago for the fire apparatus, does that count both the principal and the interest combined into that one payment?
Yes.
Okay. And did you say that the ADA improvements or construction, that can be done outside of an LMI area? That's not required?
Yeah, well, so this is how it's technically written. So basically, when this was first stood up, there was a whole bunch of language about addressing issues with accessibility. And so the current laws, after all the ADA laws were passed, the current laws now state that you basically assume that if you're directly correcting issues and quote-unquote removing barriers to accessibility, that you are by default helping low to moderate income people. I guess just the national data, you know, people that have accessibility issues tend to be low to moderate income. I don't know, but that's HUD's rule. So if you are addressing issues related to accessibility, it doesn't have to be in an LMI area. You do have to document it differently. And like I said, if, you know, we've got, 7,000 minus whatever we've accomplished in the last year of trip hazards and ADA issues. So I don't think we'll have a problem finding them in LMI areas for now. But short answer, yes, you could do them outside of LMI.
And that was going to be my follow-up question on that. So let's say that there's some money that gets approved in this program, however much that is, for these ADA improvements. How do we determine what areas we're going to improve for ADA?
Yeah,
Is that
that's-
going to be based at all off of that consent decree requirements?
That's where I would turn to first, is to say, is there direction that we can get from that consent decree that should tell us where we need to start spending that money? And if we get to a point that it's the direction's not clear, or we're to a point that we just need to start addressing things more proactively rather than just the consent decree, then, council could, you could tell us that you would like to, tell us where you want them. You could say, give us a proposal and we'll edit it. You could say, staff, we got 7,000 around town, go pick them off as best you can. There's different ways you could do it, but I would start with the consent decree probably.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing none other, our public hearing is now closed. We have now come down to item 8, which is new business. Chair would entertain a motion for 8.1, please.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that resolution number 297-25/26, approving change order with River City Demolition for restoration of 909 Court Street be adopted.
Second?
Motion made by Mr. Hilst and second by Mr. Abel. Mr. Dossi?
Thank you, Mayor. This request is for the approval of a change order for the contract with River City Demolition for the partial demolition and restoration of 909 Court Street. The change order request is for $18,875 to cover the cost of repairs to the existing foundation, pouring of new foundation for the corner of the house, installation of a window that matches the existing opening, and siding on the side of the house that was previously connected to the demolished structure. Staff has reviewed the change order and does find it acceptable and the fastest route to close out this project. Staff is recommending approval. And Mr. Grimm's available for any further questions.
So before I open it up to the council here, I would like to ask if this gentleman came to public input tonight. Is this addressing everything that he had brought to our attention?
Absolutely not.
I'm relying on what the engineer had worked with on this, Mr. Reese and Simon, so Simon could possibly answer some more questions.
I have pictures of everything that has been noted and that has not been noted. that
Okay.
needs repaired.
Okay. Mr. Grimm?
Yeah, so the scope of work for this change order addresses all the issues that were addressed in the initial contract. So once the partial demolition was completed, it left an exposed wall. Now, there was some foundational issues that were discovered after the demolition had been done, at which point the current prime contractor, it was beyond their ability to complete. There were delays in communications. They were not getting back with us, so that's why this has been drawn out for quite some time.
Okay.
After pushing and pushing, we finally got a response from them on where they were essentially going to subcontract this out to someone else in order to complete the project as outlined in the scope. Was the additional foundational requirements that were put in and is addressed by this. There are, I believe, some additional, like a power block on the back and some items that they had brought up, but we see this as fixing the major structural issues as well as sealing up the house and the siding matching as best as possible without completely re-siding the home.
So this is just a start to his?
Say again?
This is just a start to finishing his?
This would finish the project up to completion as the city sees it.
When the contractors came out to his house, what was this, about a month ago? 3 weeks ago, they said it was going to be more, over 20,000, so I don't know where the 18,000 came from. But there's also not addressing two sides of they said re-side one side of the house, but during the demolition, it destroyed some of both sides of the house, one of the porch and one on the other side, where the Silco box used to be. So now there's like some pieces that need to be replaced, but you can't just replace a couple pieces of aluminum siding and it match. So that whole wall, so there's 3 whole walls that need to be replaced. It moved the stairs that are connected to his porch, so they need to have new stairs there. There's windows that came undone that need to be either tightened back up or fixed. The door doesn't latch, which is part of the leveling.
Could that be fixed with the foundation issue?
That could be fixed with the foundation issue, but the foundation issue could create a lot more problems when they actually do level it as well. When the demolition was done also, the front part that was demolished was an apartment building and had 2 bathrooms in it. And when they did the demolition, they buried the sewer lines and did not cap the sewer lines. And I know a couple people have been out, and I know Justin from River City said that they capped them. But if you cap a sewer line, you can see it sticking out of your property, and the only thing you can see on his property is rocks. they told him many times that they're gonna come level and get the rest of the debris out and put grass seed down and put a sidewalk. That hasn't been done either. Everything that was told to him when he bought the house has not been completed. And I know nobody in this building would like this to happen to their house for 80 days, but I don't agree with their assessment of everything that needs to be done that was caused by it. They're looking at one wall in a structure, but there is more than one wall in a structure that, in the foundation, that need to be repaired.
Okay.
If we don't approve this, because it's not everything that you think you need to have done to make it whole, then they wouldn't be able to start.
Well, I'm just worried
So
that.
it comes to us again.
Well, I'm worried that when the contractor was there, he said it was gonna be 20,000 or more, and now it's 18, that not everything's gonna get fixed that the contractor talked to him about, and we're gonna have to come back anyways for the remainder money.
I would just interject on there, is Justin, the engineer, is having conversation with them, that number can change, and we know that as they talk with that. I don't think it has anything to do with anything less is going to be done, because the direction given was, let's fix this and make it
Make him
whole
whole.
on this. Now, I am very aware that they wanted more of the siding done, but the siding that was removed from the house was on the one side. I told Justin just to figure out what exactly was needed and fix what that was going to be. I mean, 18,875, you're within $1,500 of 20,000. I don't know what that number was going to be. And, just like he's not the engineer, I'm not the engineer, I feel confident that what Justin is going to do is going to fix a lot of the issues that he's brought up tonight in public input and that he brings up now. And I'd say at least let them start fixing this to try to make this right. And if we have other discussions that we need to have, we will most certainly have those discussions at that time
Okay.
and determine what's the best course of action.
Well, I have to agree with you, Mr. Reese is very good at his job, so.
And just for clarification, the person that came out that said 20,000 was not Justin.
Okay,
It was from a different company other
Okay.
than River City.
all right, well,
Yeah,
thank you.
and they probably were getting bids, and companies will come in different, and
Yeah.
that's typically how it
That
will
part's
work.
true.
They're the only company that came out.
Oh, do you know
Only
the
one
name of that
person came
company,
out.
or-
Do you remember the name of the company?
Brakeman Brothers,
Brayton Brothers?
Brakeman.
Brinkman
Brinkman
Brothers were the
Brothers.
only ones that came out.
Bishop's Brothers?
Might have been Bishop, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the subcontractor
Okay,
that this
okay.
is with. Yeah.
Okay, no, that's all right, all right, we
So
have to get the most
There was only
information we
one,
can.
and they're the ones that told him 20,000.
Okay,
Like, when they said they wanted to replace the siding on one wall, they destroyed this part right here of the porch. And so now we have to get new siding right here, which is not gonna match the siding that's right above it. So just this section would be needed replaced so it matches the whole wall. Same thing on the other side where the Silco meter was, there's a hole in that one siding, and there's 2 damaged parts below it. If you have 20 rows of aluminum siding, and you put 3 rows of not the same exact siding, because they can't match, because they can't find aluminum siding, those 3 are gonna stand out on that whole wall. And that's not how it was before they demolished the property.
okay. Okay, yeah, yes, Ms. Phillips.
I pulled up the River City demolition change order request, and it says on the siding match, remove and replace the approximate 10 by 14 sided walls on both sides. So is this just a miscommunication on the one side?
That's
or-
what Justin told me when I had a meeting with
Yeah.
him. This man right here, the second man right here.
Mr. Grimm?
Happened to be here that day.
Yeah.
And I got invited into the meeting, and that's what he told me.
So I will say that right now, what we're voting on does include 2 10 by 14 sided walls.
Yeah, I think we are trying to make it good.
And then the third wall with the window.
Yeah, that's the, yes. So
Main window.
The bare side right now, correct? Yes.
And the window cutout, they're gonna match the window to the cutout of it?
That's correct.
Because originally, the window was gonna be smaller.
Yeah.
It was
okay.
spec'd originally at a smaller size, but
Sorry about that.
It's Mr. Grimm, Simon Grimm. And I think, we want to make it right for you, so I think that, is there any other questions for them, Mr.
Don't
Grimm?
get me wrong, I appreciate the whole thing, from the very beginning, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, all right, very good.
Mayor?
Anyone
Yes.
else from, Mr.
Yes.
Nutter?
First of all, thank you for stepping up, presenting everything. As I've listened, it sounds like we possibly, as a city or the engineer, or whoever the contractor is, missed some things. Very possible. I know what it is when you start back into reconstruction, something else shows up.
That's right.
My concern is two things. One, your sidewalk. The other sidewalk eventually is going to be repaired, but not right away
Right.
because it's in the project.
Right.
So I'd like to make an amendment to this and amend this because of the possible other things coming up to not to exceed $25,000.
I don't know, Mr. Grimm?
I mean, the bid as we've received it, are you essentially saying, Mr. Nutter, that you want to put a
If they
cap
come,
on-
let's say, well, right now, we're going to cap it at 18, what was it, 18.8?
It was 18.8.
19,000. But what I'm hearing, if there's other things that are in there, and we hit the 18.8, what happens then?
So
Well,
Come
should
back
we-
with
you're
another
proposing
change
a not
order?
to exceed amount, yeah, that,
Should we even put a cap on it, Mr. Nutter?
Well, I'm beginning, I'm beginning to wonder, I feel for you guys, I absolutely
I know
do.
one of the sidewalks is gonna be
With the-
fixed
with the street project.
With the street project for our used treasures next door in their parking lot. I just wanna make sure that the other one's repaired too, because there was two and they took out both of them. And when they also did it, they don't even know if, when they demolished it, if they took out part of used treasures property, because they didn't even know where the they don't even know where the property line is.
Okay.
And in my assessment, this is my personal assessment, my dad's may be different, but I, would recommend to the city to not use River City demolition.
I was just gonna mention that. Mr. Litweiler was out there, right? You know Mr. Litweiler?
Yes, I do.
He was out there, he checked stuff out, like, you walked out and checked where the sewer went, and you went down in the basement. He checked stuff out. He didn't just come in and say, yeah, we can do it. And
I've used him, he's
tear the
very
things
good.
down. If you take the example over there by McDonald's, where that Wirtz building got torn down,
Yes.
that's his work.
Yeah,
Cleaned it all up, put a fence around it, put black stuff around it, and now there's grass growing there, you know what I'm saying?
yes,
So,
it's very nice.
so in reference to the sidewalk,
Okay.
the street department, they're already aware of the sidewalk
Okay.
that he's talking about, and the street department plans to replace that.
That's pedestrian sidewalk or is sidewalk on?
Part of the sidewalk is part of the, I think, the Court Street project.
Right.
But the second part of the sidewalk, I believe, leads up to the house. Is that correct?
There's, I can show you.
Yeah, it's the one they use, that he was talking about, they take their trash out. That's
There's
the one the
garbage and
street
stuff, yeah.
department's gonna
Yeah.
complete.
I don't know, Dave, I know you've got
kinda
a
have
hammer
a
out there.
concern.
On this picture, there was a sidewalk that went from here to there, and then there was another sidewalk that went from here to there. This is the one this is getting done by the used treasure and the street project.
Okay.
So I was just worried about the second one that's over there.
That's the one the street department's gonna do. I think to make things simple, I agree with Councilman Nutter that make it a not to exceed, because it just gives you a little room, and otherwise it's gonna be the 18,875, and there's other,
I do want to
there's
amend it,
there's
I
other
agree.
things that
Yeah.
I'm happy to speak with council on if you want to come in and have further discussion. But, that I'll make you aware of too,
Okay.
that are there. So I don't think that's an unreasonable request.
I don't either, but Mr. Ray has something. Are you finished?
No, I just have one other thing. The other concern is when they capped the sewer and they didn't cap it right.
They haven't capped it at all. It's just buried.
Although he said,
Well-
Josh told me he took a picture. The guy that did it took a picture and sent it to him. And then when he was out here with the two from Bishop Brothers, he goes, "Oh, did he cap that?" I don't know if he capped that or not, but he told me he did cap that. He said he had a picture, but there was no picture when it came down to, like that green thing that sticks out of the.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right now, that
Yeah.
dirt.
There's nothing capped there.
So I'm telling you.
Okay.
We'll have Mr. Simon look at that, I believe, right?
That's why I'm saying, I think we need to maybe cap this thing, pardon the pun for capping it off, but to put a cap on it.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
I agree. Mr. Simon, did you want to say anything more?
Yeah, if we want to put some contingency in there,
Yeah.
that's absolutely fine. I have no issue with that. Yeah.
And Mr. Ray, you had something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mr. Nutter, I thought I heard you make a motion to add a section 3 to the resolution that would allow an additional $6,100, $6,125 for additional expenses related to this project? Is that, I'm pretty sure I heard
However
you that.
you would like to word it,
Yeah,
that caps
yeah, I
out
heard
at
you say
whatever
that.
the number is. The other thing
Okay,
concerned, we
Mr.
only had one
Mathematician
bidder.
out there.
I made a motion to cap it at,
We need a
25.
we need a second.
5,000 total.
Yeah,
Okay.
we need a second
Yeah.
before you get it and we forget. So now you
Okay,
have a second.
motion made to cap it at 25 from Mr. Nutter and second by Ms. Phillips.
and am I right, there was only one bidder to come out and do the project because that rolled into what River City's contract was, that company was
I believe
in
there's-
the bid or
I
in
believe
the,
the work exceeded the scope of what River City could do, and I believe they are subcontracting.
Okay.
Okay.
Bottom line is, we need to get your house fixed.
Yes,
Drive
and,
by there and look at it, it's right across.
Oh,
the
I
street.
don't.
oh,
I've
oh
been
yeah,
by
we see it.
I
Yeah.
know it.
I appreciate it.
Yes.
Thanks for speaking up.
Well, we want to make it right for you.
Yeah, thank you, I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Yeah,
I got a couple comments I'd like to make here before we vote on this.
sure. Mr. Hilst?
And I don't disagree one bit about what's being said out here about that house and what's been damaged, what needs fixed and all that. I'm going at a little bit of a different angle here. First of all, that house has been closed on, correct? So the city has sold that? Okay. So we no longer own that house. And it states back when we sold that that was being sold as is. That the agreement is not subject to any inspections of the property. That's the first thing. Second thing is the agreement on the demolition of that project with River City. So if you go back and you look at the night that was agreed on, it says the bidder will be responsible for failure or neglect to conduct an in-depth examination. The city of Pekin will in no case be responsible for any cost, expenses, losses, or changes in anticipated profits resulting from such failure or neglect of the bidder. It also goes on to state that the contractor will make any repairs to the front of remaining original portion of the house if any of the structure is damaged. The only thing the city should be responsible here is the $6,000 for the siding and either the window or the door, whatever's being put in there. That's the only thing that we were supposed to be responsible for. All this extra expense for the foundation and everything else that's being spoke about out here at public input, that should be on the contractor, not the city. The taxpayers shouldn't be paying for that. I don't disagree that the work needs to be completed and be fixed, but it shouldn't be done on the backs of the taxpayers. It should be done on the back of the contractor. And that's how I feel about that. And what was just brought up about that contractor, I had that written down. So when you look at this change order request that River City turned in, the very last sentence says, this quote was provided by and intended to be awarded to Bishop Brothers Construction. So if the city taxpayers are paying for all this work, why are we not going out and getting an RFP to get our own contractor to do this work? It was just stated there's only been one contractor that's even been out there and looked at it. So it doesn't even sound like there was more than one bid. It just sounds like River City said, okay, we're going to use this contractor and here's what it's going to cost you. But you as taxpayers are going to pay for it. And I completely disagree with that.
Madam Mayor. I agree, Rick, and I did talk to Mr. Grimm pretty much on the liability end of it. As far as I'm concerned, the demolition company should cover all charges. And then I was informed that they probably haven't been paid yet from the city. So I would remove any amount that we are spending to take care of this gentleman's property off the original amount, due to the original contractor, and then fight it out. We shouldn't be, unlike you, we shouldn't be responsible for that. They are responsible for that.
Eric, have they turned an invoice in or been paid any money for that project?
They have submitted an invoice, but it has not been paid.
So
May I back up
that's
for
the
just a
conversation I would like to
What do we
have
wanna
with the
do?
council. If you'd like to come in and have further conversation on that. Our first priority was to try to fix this property. Hearing what you're saying is a conversation staff has certainly had. That is part of the reason why that has not been paid. Step one is to fix this problem. We will talk with Mr. Vaselli, and we will take step two at the appropriate time.
Mr. Vaselli.
Good afternoon, I'm sorry.
Hello there.
There are two accidents I'd like to. Yes, obviously, I would prefer that we talk about this in a different circumstance. I think that the intent was to ensure that these fine people were made whole, which I think the whole board wants to see done.
That's exactly right.
But I do think that there are steps that can be taken. I think there is some wisdom in holding back that money at this point in time. And then we can start down that process as early as tomorrow, having those conversations that need to be had, if that is the will of this board.
So tonight, you're recommending that we take Mr. Nutter's amendment and move forward?
Was it voted on? I know that there was a motion.
No,
and a
we have
second.
taken no vote.
So I think there would be a motion to amend with the addition, the very wise addition that was crafted by Mr. Nutter and Mr. Ray, and that was seconded. And then we would amend our resolution to allow for that capping. Then we would vote on the substantive resolution. And then myself, my partner Eric, and the rest of our team will work with staff and the board as they request to see what the next steps in this matter are, if that's
Okay.
okay. So I see a three-step process. We move on the amendment, we move on the substantive resolution, and then we start, which discharges these people.
Yeah, and
then we
it's trying to
move-
make him whole instead of hold off for another 3 months.
Correct.
Yeah.
Which I think is the will of everybody on here,
Yeah.
is that,
Is this good with council? Council have any other comments or questions?
I'll make one quick one. They've already discussed that they're not happy with the work that's been done. So what makes anybody think they're gonna be happy with the contractor that River City's hiring? That's why the city should have some say-so in who the
On who does it?
contractor is to hire to do that work.
And to cap that off, is there a time frame they're supposed to start or
If you-
complete or anything? Maybe it's in here and I missed it.
It's in one of these that it's Nick McQuett and Justin are working directly with, I believe, the contractor. Trying to see where, I just saw it here a minute ago.
Basically, River City tore it down and then left my dad high and dry is what River City did.
In the change order request, it says at the top, the contacts of Justin or Nick McQuett. Those are the two that I put on this, and we all know the details that Mr. McQuett puts into this, and I believe that he will make sure this is whole, and I believe Justin will
Will as well.
ensure that as well.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Hilst, I do want to say, I know that you're not completely satisfied with everything, and I'm not either, but I don't want them to wait another, like I said, 3 months or whatever. I do want to make them whole, and
I agree wholeheartedly, and like I said from the beginning, I understand their frustration, I understand they got things that need to be fixed. It's been almost 3 months, it sounds like, since they just walked off the job and didn't do anything.
Yes.
I just struggle with the idea that we're supposed to be up here being fiscally responsible with our taxpayers' money, that because of the failure of a contractor, we're supposed to throw a bunch of city tax money out there and fix their mistakes, and
I
then
agree.
sit back in the wind and hope we get our money paid back.
Yeah, I agree with that
That's
too.
very unfortunate for them to put us in that position.
That
Because
is
they
true.
have a right to get their house fixed. I'm not arguing that.
Well, at least the contractor hasn't been paid, right?
Yeah, that part is true, too.
Maybe some recourse, so.
That part is true, Mr. Fletcher. Mhm. Okay. Anything else from you, Mr. Dossi, Mr. Ray, Mr. Grimm? Anything else from council? Yes.
What happens
Hey,
if that
oh,
Bishop contractor goes out there and they do some shady work too? Then we're gonna be in the same boat with them as we are with River City?
Well, as I mentioned, Mr. McQuett
He's pretty tough.
is the inspector that has to approve it to close
Okay.
out any permits, so,
Okay.
and we know that he's fairly thorough.
All right. Ms. Phillips?
I just want to go back, I think Josh had said something about, we'll add a section 3 to the resolution. So the current amendment that Dave sponsored and I seconded, which we didn't actually flesh out with words.
They'll get it down right.
Was to add a section 3, which we would allocate approve or allocate an additional $6,125 as needed for contingencies to bring the property up to the owner's
Original or standard.
satisfaction, or, is that correct? And our people didn't break it, but we hired the people that broke it. Is that essentially where we're at? And right now, we're trying to fix it, and we'll go back and deal with the people who actually broke it later?
Correct.
That's pretty simple language. There you go. Anyone else from council? So we are, correct me, Mr. Vasselli, Eric, or Nicole, we are voting on an amendment to 8.1 to cap $25,000, correct? Or to cap it at $25,000, correct?
By adding section 3.
By adding section 3.
And we can do that, so we can do that even though the contractor that's being paid this money isn't who we're approving the money for. We're approving to put a cap and add money for a project that a contractor's already turned a bid in on. And we're not approving them. We're approving this with River City.
I understood that our intent was for change orders, so they can just get the work done if it's only going to be
That is correct.
$2,000 more to side that piece.
But it's change order with River City.
Right.
Yeah.
But there's a description on this change order for the,
Bishop Brothers?
to appropriate the expense for that change order. Shows what the work's gonna be done. If you add another, $6,000, $7,000 to that, what's the work gonna be done for that $6,000? It doesn't show that in here. It just shows you can spend an extra $6,000 or $7,000. Is that for the work that's already listed?
Wouldn't that be up to Nick to know what's got to be done?
I would say Mr. Grimm, maybe, to know what's done, right? Or is it Nick?
I thought Nick's the one that does the final inspection, that's what
Okay.
Right.
that's what I was going by.
We'll stay on top of this. So the additional funds would be, in case they come back and say, here's what we found while doing the project, we would not be required to come back to you to get another amendment to that, for that change order.
Well, I think
They're
Ms.
not gonna be able to add extra charges for what's already listed on here.
Correct.
I think
And
he
not for
just-
the- Not for the work that's
Yeah,
being, this is,
He wants to make sure that, we're not going to go buy new furniture for the gentleman, that's pretty simple, right?
I just wanna make sure
Yeah.
we hold the contractors accountable for the work they're doing and the amount of money they're paying for the work that they're doing.
Yeah, Mr. Hilst, I think that's why Mr. Nutter added a section 3, because section 2 approves this quote, and then section 3 adds additional money if there's other things that need to be done.
Like capping the sewer that's not on there.
If that's not done, yeah,
I mean, that's,
that's pretty bad.
you never know what you're gonna get I've been there before with house remodels. It's-
Okay.
And Nick, I agree. I will almost guarantee everybody sitting up here, there will be eyes on that project more than it's ever been in the city.
I would agree with
Because
that.
of what's happened. So,
And I'm not even an engineer. Okay, so it is on the floor. We will be voting on an amendment not to exceed 25,000. Mr. Vasselli, were you going to say something?
The initial motion was made, correct?
And seconded.
Okay, yeah, okay, got
Yeah.
it. Sorry, thank you. Sorry about that.
That's okay. This is becoming very detailed, as it should be. Council, take your vote on the amendment. The amendment passes 7-0. Now we are going to go back on the original plus the amendment. I don't know that we need any other further discussion. Council, take your vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Hilst, I would like to thank you for bringing up what you did.
You're welcome.
Chair would now entertain a motion for 8.2, please.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that resolution number 298-25/26, approving a partnership with Discover Peoria for fiscal year 2026 be adopted.
Second.
Oops. Motion made by Mr. Hilst and second by Ms. Hoheimer. Mr. Dossi.
Mayor, this is tourism, I'm going to have Josh go ahead and speak to this.
Mr. Ray.
Thank you, Mayor. This was discussed at the last council meeting as a discussion item that previously the city council had voted 3-3 and therefore failed to approve a partnership with Discover Peoria for the fiscal year 26. At the last meeting, Amy McCoy, representing the Tourism Committee, spoke about why the Tourism Committee was recommending it and believed it was important. And at the end of that discussion, it seemed that the feedback from council was to bring back the $25,000 amount as was approved for fiscal year 25 last year. So that is what is before you. It is to approve the fiscal year 26 partnership with Discover Peoria in the amount of $25,000. The proposal, again, is in the packet, and we're available for any questions.
And I think, I guess before I open it to council, it was very clear today in the EDAC meeting that we have to think of it as a community as a whole, not just Pekin, to develop and partner with. So I know a lot of people might say, Discover Peoria, what are we doing anything with Discover Peoria? But it is part of marketing and growing our city. So, council. Ms. Phillips.
I would like to say, after Ms. McCoy's presentation at the last meeting and discussions with the Tourism Committee, that I do believe the people we have working on the committees think this is a really good investment for the work they're doing, and we should approve it.
I agree. Any other council? Council, take your vote. Motion passes 4-0, or 4-3, excuse me. Whoops. Chair would now entertain a motion for 8.3, please.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that resolution number 299-25/26, approving joint funding agreement for fiscal year 26 with Tri-County Regional Planning Commission be adopted.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Hilst and second by Mr. Nutter. Mr. Dossi.
Thank you, Mayor. This resolution is the City of Pekin's portion for the local match to the Tri-County Regional Planning Commission, TCRPC, formerly known as PUATS. This is part of a funding agreement between the City of Pekin and TCRPC. The city portion has reduced slightly from last year to $17,655.85. Last year, in September of 2024, council approved Resolution 185-24/25, authorizing the use of motor fuel tax, MFT funds for these dues. This year, we did not budget in the MFT fund for these dues and have completed a budget transfer to cover this cost. The budget transfer is in the consent, or was approved in the consent agenda. TCRPC recently approved funding for the road work coming soon on Broadway and is seeking funding for the Veterans Road extension. Staff is recommending approval.
Okay. Council?
Yeah, real quick.
Mr. Hills?
So can we just get from whoever wants to answer, can we get a quick briefing on how this actually works as far as if the city wants to try to get some money for a road project? How does this TCRPC operation, how do they know which project that we're looking to? Is this similar to a grant? Do we turn in like an application to this outfit?
So we have people that sit on the board. We have the mayor, I believe Simon sits on the board. There's a tech committee, and then there's like a kind of like a governing board that's on there. And it's not just Pekin, it's not just Tazewell County, it's regional, so I believe it's 3 counties, Peoria County, Tazewell County, and Fulton County, is that correct? Or Woodford County,
It's
I'm
Woodford.
sorry.
Mhm.
And so they, through I guess, strength in numbers, they look regionally, like what the economic factors are and how they can drive the economy and what road projects would help. So East Peoria may have something over near the levee district that would be applicable to the highways. I know that right now the veterans is at the top of their list, and they're pushing, I believe, to try to get $58 million in funding for us, because it's going to have an impact, not just solely for Pekin, but as well as North Pekin, Marquette Heights, Creve Coeur, East Peoria, and several communities. So those are the type of projects they're looking for, and I don't know if the mayor or Josh or Simon can add to that, but that's kind of the economic drivers that they look at.
It is, that's
with
exactly
that.
what it is, yeah.
And how it's going to impact the region and not just the individual community, if that's so to speak.
And everybody on that board makes that decision?
It's a board, and they
voted
would
on.
vote on it, yes.
Mr. Ray has something he'd like to add, I believe.
Yeah, I just want to elaborate. So they're a metropolitan planning organization, which is like a quasi-governmental body, almost like a special district that is set up. There's MPOs across the entire state. No matter what community you're in, you quote-unquote belong to an MPO. So they get an allocation of funding that they have to use with strings attached to it from the state, just like, the CDBG program, there's MPO programs. And so the city, along with all these other communities, participates. We submit projects that, we feel could be eligible based on the criteria. I've not been to a technical committee meeting. That was something Ms. Esker used to do on our behalf, and now Simon will moving forward. But yeah, basically, we submit projects that we think will qualify. They go through the criteria and score them, and the highest scoring ones are presented to the governing board, and then that governing board votes.
So who submits those projects from the city of Pekin?
Previously, staff, Ms. Esker would previously do that based on the criteria that were before her. I think in the last round, she submitted for Broadway, Derby Street, and a portion of Court Street, because I remember Tina and I looking over that because they wanted to make some changes after Ms. Esker had left.
So there's been applicants turned in for money for Derby Street for this outfit?
Yeah, I believe
has
at
been.
least last year. I'm not sure about before that.
And then it's graded. There's so many points, and then they take those points forward. There was a report that I brought back to City Hall on how the points were. And Broadway, I know you had mentioned before, we kind of seem like we're jumping around, but when she turned in Broadway, the health department is now here in the city of Pekin. So that added even more points. So, I don't know what else she did turn in for Derby, what she turned in for Broadway, what she turned in for Court, but they graded it, and then we voted on certain portions, so.
I've always voted to approve this. I mean, I don't have anything, I think it's a good thing for the amount of money that we pay for it and the amount of money we've received over the years for different projects, but I'm just curious when I see that we got some money for Broadway, and then now we're seeking money for veterans, and I didn't see anything in here for Derby. I understand where Mr. Dawsey's coming from as far as they may try to look at projects that are more beneficial to the regional area that aren't just going to benefit one municipality. But when I see Broadway, I don't particularly look at that as a regional project. I look at that more as a local municipal project. So
Yeah, I
that's
don't know.
all I was asking
Yeah,
for.
I'm not quite sure how they graded it all. I believe at the time, Ms. Esker was a little shocked that they graded it the way they did, but she accepted it, of course. This is also, I don't know if you remember or not, but I came back and said we are on the short list for 58 million, and it was because it was community, not just Pekin, of the Veterans Road connecting to 474. So everything that you have adds points, and that's how they grade it. So, anyone else?
Mayor, if I remember right, Josie said too that the location of the Pekin Public Housing on
Yes.
Broadway, there's points for LMI.
There was points for that. There was
Health
points for the health
across
department
street,
coming in,
So that
yeah.
all added together, and with the addition of the health department.
Mm-hmm.
that's
Right,
more
and we've
points.
got Salvation Army down on Derby, which
I was
would
just
fall
gonna bring
under
that up.
LMI with all the homeless people. We got a fire station down there. I mean, you'd think there'd be a few things down there where we could get a few extra points on
Yeah.
that.
Well, we have not given up on Derby and not given up on maybe something more can be written. You know, Mr. Grimm might find something else that he wants to add to add more points to Derby.
There's nothing we vote on, we've said this every year, nothing that we vote on that gets more bang for the buck than this is, every year.
Yeah.
In what we put into it and what we get back.
Yeah, part's true. Part is true. Okay, council, take your vote, please. I believe. There we go. Motion passes 7-0. Chair would now entertain a motion for the new the new 8.4, but it's 8.11. So I don't know if I'm supposed to be calling it 8.4 or 8.11. Would you want 8.4? 8.11. Okay, 8.11. Chair would entertain that motion.
Madam Mayor, I move that 8.11, resolution number 304-25/26, approving final invoice for Polymer with Hawkins Incorporated, be approved.
Second. Motion made by Mr. Abel and second by Ms. Hoheimer. Mr. Dawsey, once again.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up
I know
here on
it's-
mine. The wastewater treatment plant has previously purchased polymer through Hawkins, Inc. Purchases were made through Hawkins as required as polymer use varies based off treatment requirements. Costs for the purchase of individual totes were at the approval level of the wastewater treatment plant manager. A new vendor was found to provide the polymer at a reduced cost, and the wastewater treatment plant manager transitioned to the new vendor. Hawkins, Inc. sent their last invoice to close out the account totaling $16,000, bringing the purchase authority to the level of the city council. Staff is recommending approval of this final invoice from Hawkins, Inc., and Mr. Grimm is available for questions.
Council?
Just one comment. I'm glad that somebody's taken a look at all the chemicals going on down at the wastewater treatment plant, and kudos for finding another supplier at a reduced cost, because it's a lot of money we spend down there on this polymer. So
Yeah.
kudos to whoever went forward, tried to find it. Thank you very much.
Since you said that, I'll say the name. It's Chris Schaefer, and he is
Very good.
extraordinary and very good at his job, and he's constantly looking for ways to cut costs.
Yep.
Isn't this the second time in the last few months that they found a major savings by
Yes.
just switching suppliers?
Yes.
So how much, what was the estimated savings? Got a ballpark figure?
So it was, based off the price quantity, it was about 80 cents less per pound. However, and this really gets into the technical side of it, but there are variations in the polymer, and this specific polymer works so well, it actually requires 20% less polymer to treat the sludge as is, so there'll be a volumetric savings.
So,
on
yeah,
top
so
of
it's
that.
using less at a lesser cost.
Yeah.
Very nice. Okay. Council, take your vote, please. Did everyone have a chance to take their vote? Motion passes 7-0. Chair would now entertain a motion for 8.5, please.
Madam Mayor, resolution number 300-25/26, mayor's reappointment of Karen Hoheimer as mayor pro tem and John Abel as first alternate mayor pro tem be approved.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Abel and second by Ms. Hoheimer. Excuse me, second by Ms. Phillips. I was reading here, Karen and John, I apologize. Mr. Dossi, would you like to say anything about this?
At the last meeting, motion was brought up to bring the mayor pro tem position up again. There was a nomination of a name, and the attorney can speak a little bit more to that, Mr. Vasselli can. But the mayor has the unilateral right to appoint a mayor pro tem and a first alternate mayor pro tem. The appointment is perfected with the city council consenting to said appointment. This resolution completes that process, so I'll turn it over to...
So I don't know if I need to let you speak or myself speak. Okay, because I just want to talk a little personal about us all up here. No, you go right ahead. You do the legal stuff first.
The boring legal stuff.
I get, keeps us in track, I'll tell you.
Can you hear me?
Not much.
All right. Got it. So
There you go.
On September the 11th, 2023, under ordinance number 4107, 2324, the city adopted a regulatory scheme to appoint a mayor pro tem that comes in under the longstanding cases of the state of Illinois, the seminal case of which is called Peckus versus Slackow. And that is a case from 1976, and it stood for the proposition that appointments only come in through the mayor, that mayors make the appointments, and then they are provided and perfected, as the manager said, with the advice and consent of the board. Obviously, this is Mr. Fletcher's first meeting at the last meeting when the motion was made. And he made the motion, but it is a motion that pursuant to paragraph 47 of Robert's Rules of Order would be out of order because ordinance number 4107, 2324 was codified and became one of our laws under Code Section 2-2-1-7, which states that only the mayor shall appoint. So and again, Mr. Fletcher, your first meeting, I'm more than happy. I think you have my cell phone number. You're always always feel free to call me and talk to me about these procedural things. They bore me as much as everybody. But we, as a municipal government, are bound to follow our own laws. And our laws, including under Robert's Rules, says we can only do things that are legal. Sure. Okay? And our laws say that the mayor makes the appointment of the mayor pro tem and first alternate mayor pro tem. Again, pursuant to ordinance number 4107, which became codified under section 2-2-1-7, or 7-1 of the city code. So that's the legal background. And again, Mr. Fletcher, I wholeheartedly mean it. Anytime you see me, anytime you want to call me, email me, just ask me about the procedural stuff. I do find it as the minutia gets boring at times. I'll just be very honest, but it is my job, and I do kind of enjoy it. Like, there is a certain level of steps that we have to follow, and it's kind of important that we do that, because otherwise we could be running afoul of the Illinois Constitution, which was the holding of the Peckets versus Slackow case, which from 1976 on, which said that if you change the form of government, if you allow different people to make different appointments, you could be running into an unconstitutional flaw. And honestly, Madam Mayor, I would like to invite myself, and obviously we are on a flat fee, to talk to even Mr. Fletcher about this afterwards and just take him through it,
sure.
if he really wants to.
Anytime. Well, I just want to say, I know there was some public input tonight, and when I first became mayor, I had said that I wanted to try to give everybody an opportunity to, be a mayor pro tem. I got some pushback on that, because they're like, it's the mayor's choice, and I don't even remember what all they had said. Long story short, a name was brought forward, didn't pass, so the next choice was Mr. Nutter. He was my mayor pro tem, and with that, I'm just going to say a few things that were done is, if I was nowhere to be found and something had to be signed immediately, he would have had that, that would have been part of his duty. If I am on vacation or I got run over by a bus, the mayor pro tem runs the meeting. This is just something that I personally, as mayor, maybe the others did too, but I just thought, I'm going to ask him to go to ribbon cuttings. Hey, I've got something going on here. I actually have 3 things. Can you please go to a ribbon cutting over here? Show up for the city. And then last but not least, we have, I don't know if it was always done in the past, but we have said that if both the mayor and the mayor pro tem can be at our meetings to set the next agenda, that'd be awesome. If I couldn't make it and the mayor pro tem could, that's okay too. At least one of us need to be there. So those are just some of the main things that a mayor pro tem does. I haven't missed but 1 or 2 meetings. I thought 1, maybe I've missed 2, but I don't make it a habit to miss. I think that it is my civic duty to be here. I have taken on this role and I take it very seriously. So I don't just say I'm just not going to be here at a meeting because I want to make different plans. So with that being said, Ms. Hoheimer was my mayor pro tem this last year, and I had said to many, maybe not all, but to many, that I'm going to move Chris Onken here, and he is going to be my next mayor pro tem if he wins. He did not make it through the election. So with that, I thought, all right, I'm just going to leave things status quo with putting Karen back in there, John back in there. I have spoke with the other 2 new council that I would love for them to have a little, get a little time under the belt, for lack of better terms, time under the belt to see how things go. I think I can tell just by these last few meetings, things are running calmer. We are leaders up here. We're not bosses, we are leaders. And leaders lead by example. Leaders teach other people, and we are leaders. So with my lead, I would like to go ahead and just leave Karen Hoheimer as mayor pro tem, let the new council get a little under their belt on seeing how procedures go. We were just not all, a few of us were just called out to make sure that you do not violate the Open Meetings Act. I did catch it with one of them, and I only emailed one of the council members back because I thought, I can't do this. I can't answer everybody at once. So I appreciate you keeping us all on the same track, keeping us, don't deliberately make a mistake. So, so with that, that's all I'm trying to do is, just like Mr. Dossi has done, he is a leader for our community, and he has built a team. That is what I have said I'm trying to do here. Be the leader, build a team, and you team members are, we are not always going to vote the same together, but I think we've done an outstanding job for the city of Pekin. I hear it everywhere I go. I hear Pekin has not had this kind of change in decades. So it's because of us. You, Ms. Phillips and Mr. Fletcher, might not have been here very long yet, but it is because of you we are working as a team to pull this city together and move it forward. And I couldn't be more proud of where we are. So, thank you. Any council have anything to say or to add to? Council, take your vote, please. I believe. Are you not able to vote? Motion passes 4-3. Chair would now entertain a motion for 8.6, please.
Madam Mayor, I move that resolution number 4310-25/26, approving a First Amendment to the purchase and sale agreement with Epic Pharma Solutions to allow a 90-day extension for development milestones be approved.
Second?
Motion made by Mr. Abel and second by Ms. Hoheimer. Mr. Dossi, I don't know if you want to take this over or Mr.
I'm
Ray.
going to have Josh go ahead and present this.
Sure, Mr. Ray.
Thank you, Mayor. This past March, the city sold a 66-acre parcel north of Hannah Drive to Epic Pharma Solutions. Since then, Epic has been working with a design-build team for the project. They got quotes for their construction. It was originally planned to be a $25 million investment for their first phase, but the bids have come in well above that. I've not seen the numbers, it's not a public project or anything, but I heard that the lowest bid was over 50. Epic has engaged one of those contractors to work with them over the next few months to kind of redesign their building plan and value engineer it to get it closer to 25. Epic did send us sent myself a very nice email. We're still very committed to Pekin. We still want to move forward. We've hired the contractor, but they were concerned that they were not going to meet their first deadline for site plan approval this September. So they asked for a 6-month extension, and I asked if 3 months would be adequate, and they ultimately said that that'd be okay. So this resolution keeps everything the same, except it just extends those 3 development timelines each by 3 months. Mr. Nutter had asked a question earlier today or yesterday or whenever, does this affect their deal with the state? Our agreement with them is totally independent of the state incentives. I don't know if they're going to approach the state about their deadline for hiring their employees, which is the end of 2027. But they could certainly hire employees before they're open for business. So I'm not concerned about that at all. And if whatever they do with the state is their business. So staff does recommend this ordinance. I still think it's a great project. It's good for Pekin, and they just asked for a little more time given the market conditions.
It's a fantastic project, and I think just the start of that has opened so many doors, so many more doors here just for the city of Pekin. But my question to you is, can you state who they chose for their engineering or contract, or can you not?
I wouldn't want to speak wrong, so
Okay.
I think I know who it
I
is,
wasn't
but I
sure.
don't want to say the wrong one.
I just wanted to know if it was local or,
Yeah,
you know.
it's a Peoria local company.
Perfect, okay, thank you. Council?
How soon can they start?
Well, as
Yeah,
far
I mean,
as,
as soon as they get closer to the number that they actually want to spend the money.
yeah,
So I mean, so now their new deadline for site plan approval would be December, so that they would need to submit their site plan probably by the beginning of October at the latest, in order to get it through the process. So, I explained that to them, and they had fully understood, it takes, maybe 45 to 60 days to get that approval, and that's why they reached out now rather
Okay.
than at the last minute.
All right. Okay. Council, take your vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. Chair would now entertain a motion for 8.7, please.
Madam Mayor, I move ordinance number 4311-25/26, approving an option and lease agreement for a solar development at the Pekin Municipal Airport with Pekin Airport Solar LLC. Alder Energy be approved.
Second?
Motion made by Mr. Fletcher and second by Mr. Abel. Mr. Dossi?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe we have a solar company on the phone. Are they? They're going to call in. In April 2024, Alder Energy approached the city with a proposal to develop a community solar
Are you gonna
project at
answer
the
it there?
Pekin Municipal Airport. Following preliminary discussions that indicated potential benefits to the airport and city, staff issued a public request for proposals, an RFP, in June of '24 to seek broader interest in developing a solar facility at the airport. Alder Energy was the sole respondent, and their proposal was approved by City Council in August of '24. The proposed lease area is currently used for agricultural purposes, generating approximately $4,200 in annual revenue for the airport.
5384.
Under the proposed solar lease agreement, the airport stands to earn up to $60,000 per year, pending full FAA approval of the development area, representing a significant net gain to the airport fund. Given the land's proximity to active runways and limited utility for other purposes, staff believes the proposal represents the highest and best use of the property. Portions of the land not included in the solar development will continue to be farmed, and ample land will remain available to support future airport expansion, including the construction of a new runway and additional hangars. As an added benefit, Alder Energy has committed to providing a 50% discount on electricity supplied to the airport's city-paid utility meters, offering a meaningful reduction in operational cost. The Airport Advisory Commission supports the lease, and several of its members work closely with the airport manager during the review process to ensure the agreement aligns with current operations and long-term development plans. The lease includes a due diligence period of 1 to 3 years, during which Pekin Airport Solar LLC, Alder Energy, will complete necessary engineering and submit an interconnection application to Ameren. A $5,000 option payment is due upon execution of the lease, with additional annual option payments of $2,500 if the due diligence period extends beyond the first year. Once construction commences, the lease will transition to a $2,000 per acre annual payment with a 2% escalation clause each year. Final system design and lease boundaries will be determined upon Ameren's approval of the system size. Lease payments will be based on the actual acreage developed. As a community solar project, Pekin residents will have the opportunity to subscribe and benefit from an estimated 10% savings on their energy bills. A portion of the subscriber base must meet low-income eligibility requirements. Once fulfilled, other residents may enroll. This initiative not only supports local sustainability efforts, but also delivers economic value to the community and the airport. Alder Energy is available on the phone to present more information regarding the community solar program and its benefits, and the Airport Advisory Commission and staff is recommending approval of the lease agreement. And Mr. Cruz is here, and Mr. Grimm, as well as Alder Solar, for any questions.
Welcome. I don't know if the mic is on or not. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you. This is Craig Knowlton. I'm the general manager at Alder Energy Systems. Happy to be here and answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you. Welcome. Council, I'm going to, well, Mr. Cruz, would you like to add anything to what Mr. Dossi just said?
No, I mean, I'm just here to answer the
Okay.
questions and hopefully get this thing moving.
Okay. Mr. Grimm?
Nothing additional.
Okay. Council, I'm going to open it up to us. Do we have any kind of questions for this project?
I've got one.
Mr. Hilst?
So it states on here that Pekin residents will have an opportunity to subscribe and benefit from an estimated 10% savings on their energy bills. How will that process work?
Craig, you
So
want to-
when can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So the solar project is built and the power is all sent to the Ameren grid. And then what we do is we find subscribers to the project. And we will try to target local subscribers, and essentially working with Ameren, they get a virtual bill credit as if, you know, they have kind of 1%, say, of this community solar farm out at the airport. And so whatever's produced off the system, a portion of that will hit their bill as a bill credit. And effectively, it's as if we're selling the power to them at a 10% cheaper rate than whatever the Ameren rate is. And so the subscription agreement, which can be canceled at any time, you know, there's no long-term commitment or anything like that. But the way it's formatted is essentially as a discount based on whatever the retail rate is from the utility. So you're kind of guaranteed to get a better price than what, you know, the utility would offer.
Okay.
So do you have to enter into some sort of an agreement for that? Or if you're just an Ameren customer in the city of Pekin, you automatically get that discount?
No, you would have to enter into an agreement with, you know, with us as the solar system owner operator. And so there's going to be a limited number, you know, to be determined of how many subscribers we can have based on the system size.
Based off of what? First come, first serve?
Exactly. There'll be efforts, you know, kind of community outreach efforts to get people to sign up and be subscribers. You know, first come, first serve, and then if there's a wait list, say if people drop off, then new people can come in.
So is that similar at all to the electrical aggregation programs?
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with that, but the community solar across the state of Illinois and across many other states is now a fairly, you know, defined program, and essentially it works on the subscription model where you have third-party solar developers and system operators, third-party meaning not a, you know, homeowner ratepayer and not the utility, managing the systems, and then in coordination with the utility, kind of virtually applying the renewable power to people's accounts so they're getting bill credits.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Appreciate the answers. Thank you.
And I'll just add to that. So the Illinois Power Agency is the state agency that kind of oversees the community solar program. And they have a special carve out where they want to encourage what they call, you know, community-driven community solar. And we believe this project would qualify because it's being sited, you know, on a community land. It's going through a community approval process, and we're going to target the subscribers to be, you know, members of the city of Pekin, you know, first and foremost, and then beyond that, if we need to go broader, it would still be within the county. And so the idea is really to help, you know, help the community and do what, you know, community solar, I guess, says it will do.
Okay.
So after you just said that, I got one more quick thing then. So I think I read in there somewhere where a certain percentage of the subscribers from the residents of Pekin would have to be filled with low to moderate income residents first. Is that right?
I believe so, and I'm not sure exactly what the percentage is, whether it's a 50% threshold, but there will be a portion that will make sure, you know, are qualified as low and moderate income.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Abel?
How will the average citizen know when is the time to submit their name or whatever it takes to see if they qualify?
Good question. We will have community outreach when the time gets closer. And, you know, and that's something we could certainly, you know, work with the city and kind of recommendations is to how, kind of the most appropriate places to maybe have some outreach. And sometimes it's as simple as setting up a table at a farmer's market or a church picnic just to get the word out kind of by word of mouth. But we can advertise and send out mailers and other things as well.
Okay.
To get the word out.
Thank you.
Mr. Nutter.
Two things. Have you contacted Ameren already? And are you in a due diligence period at all?
Yeah, so we have done what's called a pre-application with Ameren, where we got some preliminary information about the grid, the existing electrical infrastructure and three-phase lines around the airport. And, that showed us that a solar project could be installed there and the grid could bear the electricity load without much upgrade. And so that's preliminary. The first step, if the council moves forward and approves the lease option agreement, is we will apply for interconnection to Ameren and essentially submit to them a plan to build a solar farm. And then it goes into their queue, and there's a little bit of weight there that's out of our control as far as the timeline. But eventually, Ameren will come back and tell us if we want to do what we're saying we're going to do. This is how much it's going to cost, and what type of improvements will be needed to make it happen. And they might come back and have suggestions that we have to downsize it or adjust it in some way, to kind of make it cost effective. And there's a little bit of a conversation that happens there. But we've done enough kind of preliminary due diligence that the most we can do without having a lease option in place to say that it looks like a good site.
Okay, thank you very much. This is for our airport director. Are you going to have to apply for this project at all to get your energy reduced out there?
Craig said that the airport paid electrical meters will receive that credit, so that'll be part of that process when the system goes online and they're doing their paperwork. That's part of the lease that will be one of the subscribers.
Okay, so it shouldn't affect the LMI then?
No, that's one of the conversations.
Separate issue altogether?
Correct. That's one of the conversations that we had when we were negotiating this. They couldn't give us all the power, that it has to, there's a certain amount that they could set aside because we're hosting the system, and, it's an economic benefit to the airport as well. So that'll greatly help us in addition to the land lease payments. So we feel that was reasonable, and then the rest of the power, like you said, is available for the LMI subscribers, and then beyond that, it gets opened up to other individual subscribers.
Thank you.
Any other council? Any other comments from staff or questions? Well, we want to thank you very much for joining our meeting and giving us the information that you do. Thank you very much. If council's ready, take your vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Chair would now entertain a motion for 8.8, please.
Madam Mayor, I move resolution number 301-25/26 approving Axon AI Era Plan addendum to existing 10-year contract.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Fletcher and second by Mr. Abel. Mr. Dossi?
Thank you, Mayor. The police department is seeking approval to enter into an addendum to our existing 10-year Axon contract integrating the AI Era Plan. This plan enables access to current and future artificial intelligence tools at a fixed annual cost of approximately $50,000, protecting the city from escalating future pricing and ensuring long-term operational efficiency. Due to the police department being a strategic partner of Axon, they have offered this plan under the early adopter clause. By approving this addendum before July 1st, 2025, the city will save over $1.5 million over the course of the 10-year contract. July 1 pricing has been publicly released, and it is quadruple the cost being offered to our department. Some of the key features are real-time language translation for field encounters, automated report drafting and form population, rapid evidence review and translation, smart capture and analysis tools, policy question and answer via AI-enabled chat, and the community benefit aligns with feedback from Mind90, increased officer community engagement, reduces paperwork, freeing officers for field presence, helps overcome language barriers encountered in recent field calls, and future-proofs department technology without repeated council action. And Chief Rainey and I believe Deputy Chief Wilmert are here to answer a little bit more question. I do know that there was some questions from a council member, Phillips, regarding AI. You're absolutely correct that AI, we're kind of the creators of it, but I would state that Axon has been utilizing AI for some time, in particular with the redaction process. It saves us an enormous amount of time by blurring out license plates and faces, automated, which was a concern when we first implemented the body cameras and videos in the police department. But I'll let Chief Wilmert and Rainey speak a little bit more in depth on that.
Chief Rainey.
So I just wanted to cover briefly the financial side of it, and then Deputy Chief Wilmert can cover the aspects of the actual, how the process works. So just so everybody was clear, I know it was a little bit convoluted because it's a multi-year contract, but we knew that this product was coming. However, we did not know the price because we knew Axon's pricing was going to come out after the budget was approved. So we did budget money in there for that. When the pricing did come out, we negotiated not only a lower price, but we also negotiated for this fiscal year that the total amount that we would pay would be $10,000. And then for the rest of the contract years, it would go up to just under $50,000 a year. And so basically what Manager Dossi outlined was exactly correct, that we're locking in this price of, I think everyone is, well, the council is fully aware, but this type of technology, the price just continues to go up and up. Axon is definitely the leader in law enforcement technology. They come out with new technology on a yearly basis, and this will allow us, any new AI-driven tools, this will allow us to get it as part of this pricing structure. So as part of our fiduciary duty as the police department and department head, we felt like it was worthy of bringing it to the council to try to lock in that low rate and get it for the next 10 years so we don't incur the pricing. I was glad to see that they actually did put out the upcoming pricing, just so we had a apples to apples comparison of what if we don't lock it in, or what other agencies that are not strategic partners with Axon, what they would be paying if they chose this package. So the one I did want to point out, I'm thankful Councilmember Phillips reached out with some questions this morning, but on the Exhibit A in the discount summary, there's an average savings and it says per year, and that should actually be average savings per month. So we responded to her, but I wanted to make sure all the council members were aware of that. And so the total savings would be 1.5, a little bit over $1.5 million over the course of the year, or over the course of the 10-year contract.
Nice.
I will let Deputy Chief Wilmert just go over the aspects. We're not going to go super in depth, but we will obviously take any questions that you have. I know AI is a very complicated topic.
That it is.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We just want to go, thank you. We just want to go over a couple key points within regards to the Axon ERA's plan and how it how it would conceptually future-proof our agency. In 2024, just a little bit ago, we approved a 10-year contract with Axon that really was everything that they offered at that point in time. It was a 10-year contract and included our body-worn camera, our evidence tools, our records system, and everything that goes along with everything to do with digital evidence management, which is, as you imagine now, today's technology, everything's digital-based. At that time, the council emphasized to us, which is, as we as being fiscal stewards to the city's funds, the importance of securing future technology without these repeated requests, as Chief Rainey highlighted, how just technology is constantly evolving and progressing. And instead of coming to you with every change and everything that would make us more efficient as a department and more cognizant of the time that we need to spend with the community members as a whole, this fixes that issue. Because Axon AI's plan fulfills this promise and positions our department at the forefront of innovation. It really kind of future-proofs us, is what we like to hear. Because the way it future-proofs us, it provides access to our the current and future AI tools that Axon comes out with. And we as being a strategic partner, we're understanding that they are constantly evolving, constantly coming out with new technology to assist us in our endeavor to create a safer community within our community here. This also brings a flat rate cost structure, so it prevents that future pricing increase, and it really gives us more of a known when it comes to future budgeting. It really empowers our officers with real-time tools to reduce paperwork and enhance community engagement. As Chief Rainey highlighted in previous council meetings, and we've pushed out on our PR through our social media, part of the tools with Axon is the My90 with community engagement, where we're connecting with our community members and surveying them on what we're doing good and what can we improve on. One of those tools that were just for more community engagement, which this with decreasing administrative burden would increase our ability to connect with the community. There's also, just regardless of another AI tool that we use is the body-worn cameras, which we'll get into an example. It allows us to communicate with all persons regardless language they speak. Right now, it supports over 50 languages, and it's constantly adding more that it recognizes the languages you're speaking and communicates back to that person. We'll show you what that means there. Included currently with AI capabilities, Draft 1, which we're utilizing as we speak with our officers to reduce the burden of narrative draft writing. So it uses the body-worn camera, just the audio from the body-worn cameras to create a draft narrative of the report. And much like Chief Rainey said, we have very many safeguards within use of AI technology that go into that. So it's not just AI writing the report. There always has to be a human element involved with it. That's just the standard across the board. We also have been using auto transcribe and evidence translation. So if somebody's speaking a different language and we're looking through that transcripts from a very lengthy conversation or just lengthy interview, it'll translate that information as we go. And we talked previously about live field. Policy chat, what policy chat entails, we would be able to upload, and we have over 600 pages of policy that we go by. That doesn't include our SOPs, other city ordinance or laws that we have to follow that we need to make sure we're following to a T to make sure that we're doing things the legal and correct way. What Policy Chat does, it allows us to communicate to our cameras, to Axon, to give us that feedback of, hey, this is what you need to do, step 1, 2, and 3, based on our uploaded policy. So it works within the bookends of what we give that. On Form 1, it would just go into the system and then create, fill out fields that are corresponding there. And Smart Capture, it just really automated people detection. It really breaks down the evidence so we can see who we talk to and when we talk to them within those body-worn cameras. One thing I do want to highlight, it does not use facial recognition. That is a stance that Axon is taking a hard stance on. This program and AI will not use facial recognition. We know it's a controversial topic, and that's currently the stance that Axon stood by for the last few years.
Okay.
And then I need audio on this if we don't have it. I don't think we have it. Are we working on audio in there? I can't see in there. It's a really cool video, and if I could speak, I think he speaks Hebrew. Or no, well, hold on. I hear it in there.
Yeah.
No, that was, I couldn't hear it.
It translates languages.
I can't.
I have heard
I've lost the
those are really
capability
cool.
to go to the next slide also.
You can get things like that when you go on vacation over to Europe.
Really cool.
All right, so I'll just go on without going to the next slide. So we went over that and the financial impact and improves communication. The big thing we wanted to highlight is under $50,000 annually, a cost equivalents to $62 per month per officer. Post June 30th, the cost rises to $199 per officer per month, but of note, that does not include inflationary estimates. So like the cost, the increases throughout the 10-year contract. So if we would go into this at a future time, the estimated cost would obviously be more than what it is today. Over the 10-year course of the contract, it would save us over $1.5 million. And we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Council.
I would like to thank the staff for responding to the questions that I sent. I believe when I campaigned, I promised everybody I would send 1 a.m. emails, and I'm living up to that. It's a win.
I can vouch for that.
So thank you for taking the time. I was very pleased to read that Axon prohibits use of facial recognition.
Me too.
I looked into that, and I know there's still a lot of room for improvement on that. So I'm in support of this, and I appreciate the staff's time.
I have to agree. I'm glad they don't use facial recognition as well, so.
And that's the questions I was asked.
Were
Is
they-
this going to be used to, used for ill intent? And I said, no. So now we've all heard
We
it.
don't do anything for ill intent, so
There you go.
No, it's not ill intent, it's just the technology isn't there.
Yes.
Yeah. So if we ever get to that point, I hope we bring it to the council before we put that kind of feature in works.
Yeah, I can just say Axon is by far the gigantic company, and before anything goes out to product, it's well vetted, and they're not going to do anything that we can't support. But yes, of course, if we have something that we think is any type of controversial, we always like to bring it to the council and get input.
All right. We appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions for Chief? Council, take your vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. So, Chief Ranney and Deputy Chief Wilmer, thank you very much for the presentation. We do appreciate your time.
The video was awesome, by the way.
Yeah, doggone it. Thank you so much. Chair would now entertain a motion for 8.9, please.
Madam Mayor, I move resolution number 302-25/26, amending the city clerk license fee schedule regarding refuse hauler license fee be adopted.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Fletcher and second by Mr. Abel. Mr. Dossi?
Thank you, Mayor. The city changed several fees related to permitting and licensing in 2024. One fee that was increased was the refuse hauler license fee, which increased from $250 to $1,000 paid annually. In January 2025, the Illinois Department of Revenue issued a binding letter that clarifies the service occupation tax is a sales tax on the temporary transfer of personal property. Example would be rentals. And specifically, that dumpster rentals are subject to that tax as well as applicable local sales tax. This means each dumpster rental transaction now includes a total of 2.75% tax that comes to the city, 3.75% if the renter's location was in the BDD. After some discussion at the prior council meeting, City Council seemed interested in reducing the refuse hauler license fee to accommodate the fact that those businesses will now be paying sales taxes to the city. This resolution proposes reducing the current fee of $1,000 to $500. This resolution does not affect the temporary license fee for using the public right-of-way for dumpster placement, which is currently at $25 per day. And Josh is available to answer a little bit more, and I believe Eric, if there's any tax questions.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions?
I do have one. So has anybody paid the fee already? And if they've paid, are we reimbursing them? How are we allocating, or what are we doing?
Yeah, so Nicole can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe she told me some have, some haven't.
Okay.
I know that a couple that had talked to me about this have not paid because, I insinuated that, or I told them that council was going to have a discussion about it. The way that I wrote up the resolution is that it would be retroactive back to May 1st. So if council would like to, and the way it's proposed, we would, write $500 checks back to those who had already paid for the year to make it fair.
Or could we just use it for next year?
We could also do that.
If they would agree,
Well, I mean, you can have the resolution however you want. I don't know, Eric, would you have any preference or?
Well, before we commit, I guess the question would be to Nicole, is that going to create an issue to track that?
For reimbursement or?
If we were to carry it over to next year?
Yeah, we can put a credit on the account.
Okay.
I personally don't care, but I don't know what the individuals that have already paid, maybe they want their $500 back. I don't know.
Can we give an option?
Yeah, I mean, it's not how many of these are there? There's like, yeah, there's like 7 of these businesses, so it's not a voluminous thing to.
It's not 100, yeah.
Right. And one thing I wanted to mention that I said that I would present to you, and I forgot to put it in here, is the other communities that may or may not have this license. I could only confirm that Peoria County, City of Quincy, and Bartonville have like waste hauler licensing. Most communities do not. Quincy's is $1,000. I couldn't confirm the fee for Bartonville's. Peoria County's is $50 per vehicle that they have, so a little different. And then the town of Normal doesn't have a general one, but they do have like a temporary if you're going to have it in the public right of way like we do. So it's not a very common license. I don't think we're out of the ballpark on the fee, just based on the few that have it, but certainly up for discussion.
Okay. Well, I'm in favor of lowering it to the 500, but that's my opinion, and because we weren't, at the time when we set this, we didn't realize what the state was doing, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The changes were made well before January 1st.
Yeah. Any other council?
I'll just say the same thing I said at the last meeting. I don't disagree with what you just said about there were some unknown things when that was passed through at that dollar amount, but that's no different than the gaming fees too, when the state came in and changed that and required the local business owners to start paying 50% of that after we approved to raise that, and we've never went back and lowered that.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's something we need to bring back up. I don't know. Not sure. Okay. Council, take your vote, please. Motion passes 6-1. Chair would now entertain a motion for 8.10, please.
Madam Mayor, I move that resolution number 303-25/26, awarding aviation fuel, is this the one fuel tank
Yeah.
replacement contract to Brandt Construction Company be approved.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Hoheimer, second by Ms. Phillips. Mr. Dossi.
Thank you, Mayor. Little history on the aviation fuel tanks. Since 2018, the underground fuel storage tanks at the airport have been identified as needing replacement. These single-wall tanks are approximately 60 years old and were last relined about 30 years ago. They have reached the end of their service life and must be replaced to prevent potential environmental contamination from underground leaks. In 2020, the city secured an $800,000 grant through the Rebuild Illinois Act, which includes a 10% local cost share requirement. The funding will be used to replace the existing underground tanks with new above-ground double-wall tanks to improve safety and compliance. An initial request for proposals for the full replacement project was issued in November. Although multiple companies requested information, only one bid was received, totaling $1,281,157.17. To encourage broader participation and reduce costs, the city chose to rebid the project and split it into two separate components. tank installation and tank removal. The revised RFP resulted in 2 bids, with the lowest bid submitted by Brandt Construction Company at $913,000, representing a cost reduction of approximately $378,157 from the initial proposal. Following the award of the installation contract, a separate RFP will be issued for the required removal of the existing tanks, which is currently estimated at $45,000. This contract will also be brought before the City Council for approval. So the project financial summary is the total estimated project cost is $1,069,065, and the Rebuild Illinois Grant fuel tank project funding is $800,000, and the surplus fund from Rebuild Illinois for the T-hanger project is $102,655, and the city's 10% match of state funds is $90,266. And additional local funding via budget amendment is $166,410. You also have the cost of the outside construction contract. And finally, city staff is recommending approval of the tank installation contract and continued advancement of the fuel tank replacement project. And Mr. Cruz is available for further questions on the project.
Before I open it up to council, Mr. Cruz, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't have anything to add other than, we've worked our best magic to come up with the best solution, and we've scratched our heads, Simon, myself, and the airport engineer, and this is truly the best thing that we could put together, to be honest with you.
All right,
So-
thank you very much. We appreciate your hard work. Council? Mr. Nutter?
So the current tanks are underground.
Correct.
We're going to do the install above ground.
Correct.
So that will still allow us to pump fuel out of the underground tanks while the others being installed?
Correct. Yep, that's the plan, is to keep them in operation until we can transition. There'll be a couple weeks where they're changing the pipes and connecting them to the new system, but the plan is to keep that all operational so we can still, service aircraft while we're doing
Service
that
the
project.
customer.
Correct, yes.
And
And the above-ground tanks do not have the inspection requirements that the underground tanks do. So, I mean, there's,
Yeah.
it's about $12,000 every 5 years, plus another $3,000 every year that we spend on inspections that are required by the state.
And I appreciate you and the board, Simon. I was there when you had that first bid, and I about fell out of my chair. And I thought, holy cow.
You and me both.
Yeah, so thank you for postponing it and getting something that's, even though it's a lot of money, it's still less than what that first go-around was. So thanks for that.
Okay. Any other council? Oh, Mr. Abel, I'm sorry.
Between this and the solar panels, great negotiations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ditto.
I've got a couple.
Agree. Oh, Mr. Hills.
So looking at the comparisons from the 2 bids, are the tanks that are, the new tanks that are going to be installed, are those the same tanks regardless of which contractor would have been awarded the bid?
No, so the contractors, they might get the tanks from a different supplier, but they all meet a general spec. So we can't really direct them to one particular tank or not. That would interfere with bidding rules and whatnot. So in the plans, it calls for a specific spec that meets the code, and those are the tanks that they will supply. So we don't really. They could be a slightly different size or shape, or have different piping in different locations, but they're generally going to be a double wall fire lined tank of suitable requirements.
Because that's a huge difference in the price of those
So,
tanks.
yeah, so I asked that same question to the airport engineer, and I guess basically the explanation I get is they basically put some of their costs into tanks. It could be piping that goes in there. Some of the contractors will put excavation work in different categories. Those are just a general breakdown. But it is I think Brandt's tanks are more in line with probably what they actually cost. So they put their other costs in different categories in the bid.
And that brings me to my next question. I mean, there's like 3 or 4 line items comparable to these 2 bids that, to me, aren't even close. I don't understand how 2 people could be bidding on the same work and be that far off on their bids. So can anybody explain to me what other site work entails?
On which bid are you talking about?
Either one. There's a line item for other site work. The one that we're being asked to approve has $110,000 listed under that line item, and the
Yes.
other one had $15,000.
Yeah, so other site work is the grading of the site. They might have some other costs put into those categories, but it's a lump sum bid.
Okay, and what about traffic maintenance? What's that consist of?
So that would include all your barricades that are required by the FAA to be put up around the site to, keep the aircraft from taxiing into the construction work zone. It includes like mobilization with delivery of equipment. Basically the fees to deliver equipment, items like that. I wouldn't be able to give you all the specifics. That'd be a question I could answer for you from the airport engineer, but that's the gist of it. Is it's called all of our contracts have a mobilization line usually.
And that's a separate line item. That was the next one I was going to ask you about. They've got one for mobilization and traffic maintenance.
Yeah.
A lot of money compared to the other contractor. I mean, if that other contractor could have came in with the same tanks, they'd have been way under the other one. This just throws a lot of red flags up to me on the different amount of money on some of these line items. That's all I have.
Seeing no other, council, take your vote, please. I believe. There we go. Motion passes 6-1. We are going back to 8.4. Chair would entertain a motion, please.
Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor, I move that ordinance number 4309-25/26 approving Second Amendment to the fiscal year 26 annual budget be approved.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Hoheimer and second by Mr. Nutter. Mr. Dossi.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to read this in totality, but this is the follow-up to the item just voted on in regards to the fuel tank replacements. It's the budget amendment that would pertain to this. It goes hand in hand. Staff is recommending approval of this ordinance, and Mr. Dubrowski can speak if there's any questions the council might have.
Perfect, thank you. Council have any questions?
I do. I got one on this.
Mr. Hills.
So there's several different line items on here about how this is all being addressed. At the end of the day, it's showing there's still going to be a $22,708 deficit on this. Is that going to be a transfer? My first question is that $22,700, is that going to have to be another transfer from the general fund?
Right now, as presented, it's drawing off the cash balance of the airport. If there's a desire that we're going to do a transfer from general fund, we can put that forward as well. It's another option at our disposal.
But it's not
But
at the
as
moment.
presented, it's just drawing down the cash balance of the airport.
And part of this whole deal on these amendments, we've got a little over $103,000 listed as revenue for state grants, when from the way I understand this and when I read it, it's just grants that we've applied for. We haven't even been approved any of that money. How are we going to consider that revenue when we haven't even had a decision on whether we're going to get that money?
That's an excellent point. Mike and I were discussing this the other day.
These are grants that, it's called a grant, but this is money that we're actually is secured. We just had the paperwork in previous years hadn't been filled out. Some of the stuff was from the COVID era, that this is money that is guaranteed, it's given. There was for some reason, the paperwork sat there and wasn't finished, and when I found out about it, I completed the paperwork and drew these. Every year, we get aircraft fuel tax money back. So actually, FY '24 just came out. They should be putting out FY '25s soon, and we'll apply for that. There's about $21,000 for FY '24, and then I'm not sure what they'll grant us in FY '25, but this is not something that is, this is spread out amongst all the airports in the state of Illinois.
And part of that's ARPA money, and that money didn't have to be allocated or spent by a certain timeline?
It needed to be applied for, and I guess some of the paperwork was not signed and nobody was notified. And when I found out that we were still eligible, I filled out the paperwork and sent it in. So they wanted to give us the money, so I will gladly take it.
So there's no
Absolutely.
timeline on when that'll have to be spent?
It just has to be spent at the airport, and it's a reimbursement of already expensed items. So we submit an invoice of something that we already spent money on in that fiscal year.
Okay, that's all I
Qualify for
have.
it.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council?
Good job, Mike.
Great job. Seeing none, council, take your vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. We have now come down to item 8.12. Chair would entertain a motion, please.
Madam Mayor, I move that resolution number 305-25/26 approving purchase of a cardiac monitor for the Pekin Fire Department from Stryker Medical be approved.
Motion made by Ms. Hoheimer and second by Mr. Abel. Mr. Dossi.
Thank you, Mayor. The Pekin Fire Department is requesting to purchase a LifePak cardiac monitor from Stryker through Consortium Bidding Group SAVIC, of which the Pekin Fire Department and the Illinois Firefighters Association are members. In 2013, the Pekin Fire Department purchased 7 cardiac monitors. This created a bottleneck for any future replacement planning. Over the past several years, the city has committed to the purchase of 1 cardiac monitor per year. A cardiac monitor is supported for 10 years. After such time, due to changes in technology and software, the manufacturer no longer supports the monitor. Due to the age of some of the older units, there is a concern that technology or parts will not be available if a computer board fails. It is recommended that the city continues to replace 1 unit per year through capital spending. This helps to normalize the budget process annually for a vitally needed piece of life-saving equipment. The department has planned to replace these monitors slowly over the course of several fiscal years through the capital improvement plan. This is a continuation of phasing in the replacements. This purchase will allow for the replacement of a frontline monitor. The monitor coming off the front line is being traded in for a value of $3,500. Staff is recommending approval as this helps meet the fire department's strategic goals 1 through 5, which they have listed on here. And Chief Reese and Chief Rendelman are available if there's any questions.
Very good. Mr. Reese, Chief, do you have any comments you'd like to make before I open it up?
Nope, this is just the continuation of what we've been doing. I think it's pretty important with some of the grant money over the last 30 years that the fire department has received. And we have bottlenecked a lot of different things, air packs, air bottles, cardiac monitors, gear, those sort of things. So trying to normalize this out so that way the budgeting process is a little bit easier and you can kind of guesstimate a little bit better each year, in and year out. Nothing's changed other than the price went up like everything else.
Yeah.
But it was within what we anticipated when we budgeted. We actually came in about $300 shy of what we figured in the budget.
Great job. Very good. Council?
Remember when it used to be $15,000?
Whoops. Yeah.
I remember when a phone call was dime.
Yeah, there you go. All right, seeing none, council, take your vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. We have now come down to 8.13. Chair would entertain a motion, please.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution number 306-25-26, approving the purchase of monitoring software for the Information Technology Department.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Phillips and second by Ms. Hoheimer. Mr. Dossi?
Thank you, Mayor. The IT department needs to add functionality to the network operations and security monitoring software. The software in the confidential packet offers the required capabilities without added expense for features beyond our needs. This provider allows us to scale up as our needs progress instead of growing into a too large implementation, paying for unused portions until needed. The amount of the request is $23,308.75, and I believe Mr. Hess is available for questions if we have them.
I see him back there. Okay. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, council, take your vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. We have now come down to item 9, which is any other business to come before the council. So, Mr. Dossi, I am going to turn this over to you and your staff.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if council receives these updates, but the Pekin Country Club ribbon cutting and business after hours are going to be Thursday, June 12th from 4:30 to 6 p.m. The Miller Center Business and Breakfast is Friday, June 13th from 7:30 to 9. We noticed today that there was a social media post going around about Derby Street because they have begun the work of the spray patching and work on some of the manholes. And the post basically said that the future construction project is not going to happen. That is not true. We still have it budgeted. In fact, we have applied for and are hopeful for a grant.
Yeah.
We're hoping for $10 million, but beggars can't be choosers, but we're waiting for the state and IDOT on that one, and our lobbyist is working very hard on that for us right now.
And Mr. Dossi, what was the amount that they said that they had to, not had to, but they had in their budget? Do you remember?
There was like 400 million, but
Okay.
it's, being shared among many localities.
Yeah, I thought it was 400, but I wasn't
But
positive.
we were told, just our conversations, not to ask for more than $10 million. So we asked for as much as they felt comfortable, and our lobbyist is working on that for us right now.
I think it's an amazing, try, gotta try.
And I believe, did you, Chief Rainey had a little bit more?
Not on that, just wanted to announce to the council and to the public that we're starting our Cops for Kids for the summer. Our first event is tomorrow, is the mini golf from 10 to 12. It's free to everyone, and it's at the golf course next to Dragonland. We'll be doing mini golf, bowling, paddle boats, and a picnic this year.
Very nice. All right. Any other staff, Mr. Dossi? Okay.
Unless somebody else is waving you down.
Mr. Cruz, were you?
I just thought I'd give you guys an update too. They began paving the ramp around the new T hangars today. They should be doing the final lift tomorrow. So we're anticipating opening those up and having a ribbon cutting sometime later this month, and we'll finally be
Very
able to
nice.
start occupying them. So it's been
Very
a lot
nice.
a lot of work to get to this point. Frustrating at times, but we're getting there. So.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Hilst?
Nothing right now, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Nutter?
Well, I think we may have had a milestone tonight. I got no text messages, there was no sound, no nothing, so.
I didn't either.
I hope it worked.
And I kept turning my phone over just to
I
make
thought-
sure.
Same thing. I thought, okay, that's good. One of the things that I guess is something for staff and all of us to look at is these contracts that we've been putting out. Maybe we haven't done a really diligent job for follow-up. And I guess the gentleman that was here today proves that. We just, and it's not just his house, it's a couple other spots that were messed up. And we need to stay on top of these because 3, 4, 5, 6 months down the road, here it comes, and now we may have to allocate more money. So I just encourage, and not only staff, myself, council, to read these and see if there's any improvements that we can do, especially the follow-up side, so.
Okay,
And other than that, that's all I got.
very good. Ms. Phillips. Okay. Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Abel.
A couple of things. How long are we going to let the motel on Court Street have knee-high grass in front of it? Can we cut it and bill them? I don't know what we're going to do, but the building, forget it, looks like a war zone anyway, but that foot-high grass in front looks bad, I think.
I agree.
And other people, we have to, it goes by our front yards too. There's an ordinance in the height of the grass. I know the one out in front of the old Bob Evans, that'll probably cut when they have the ribbon cutting for the new restaurant. But that motel to me looks terrible.
Can I add something there?
Sure.
The grass in front of the old Bob Evans has been cut.
Oh, well, that's
Went by
good.
it the other day.
Right.
Do you want to address the thing, Chief Randy,
So
about?
we're working on the inside, the exterior has been cut at the, you're talking about next to Subway?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the exterior has been cut. We're working on we're gonna get inside, and there's substantial amount of work to do on the grass inside the structure also, or inside the fence also.
Okay.
Any word on the whole building,
Demolition.
just let it sit there and fall down, or?
So so as you're aware, there's obviously litigation that's ongoing with this, which is part of the grass and everything else that, not that it's an excuse, but there's steps we have to take on that. So they've addressed part of it. There's a safety issue once you go beyond the fence, so that's being addressed as well. But I will let Mr. Vasselli speak a little bit about your next question as far as the demo and foreclosure.
Sorry. Madam Chair, Councilmember Abel, this was up for the expedited foreclosure and demolition last week in the courthouse, kitty corner from here. And the current owners put up an offer of, a substantial offer. I won't give the amount because I just don't think it's appropriate at this point in time to rectify it. I objected to that, and we are coming back in 30 days to discuss it. I did say that, I was very blunt, and I hope this is okay with the
Yes.
mayor, manager,
Yes.
and the council. I said there's just not a lot of faith on the part of the city that anybody who owns this property can take care of it. I said, Your Honor, you have to take that into account, that there has to be trust if we're going to do this, because that's why we have been put in a position where we want to take this in our own hands. And it's a very good judge. She's a very good judge. And she said, you're going to give them 30 days to see if they can work it out. I said, well, Your Honor, I said, we're not going to appeal that order. It's not a final order. There's nothing we can do about it. I said, I've made my point that it's very important for us. We have no faith in them to get this done. We'll give you the 30 days, but on the 31st day, we will be back here and we will talk about it. So this matter, court days, like many things in the law, are kind of magical. Like 30 days ends up being the middle of July because of court holidays and whatnot. So we will be back in the middle of July. I will then update you all on this. Can I tell you that I am confident that they'll be able to put together a deal to be able to fix this? I can't say that at this point in time. Can I tell you that a judge is well within her discretion to say you got to give them a chance to try to do it the right way? That's fair. And because we deal with these judges every day, and they're all good judges. I've been in front of a lot of bad judges, and these are good judges you have across the street. We don't have a choice. We can't appeal that order. So she's going to have the time to be able to prove them wrong, and then we will press the matter again. But we did go in there, I did stake our claim. We're usually pretty successful about these things, but I think with the numbers that they were throwing around, she was, I don't want to say taken aback, but she said if they're willing to put forth this much money on it and they are the property owners, then they should at least have the chance to be able to do it right. I hope that's an answer. I mean, I know it's not the answer you want. I know the answer that everybody wants is me to get in a bulldozer and knock the building down tonight. That is not going to happen.
Yeah.
But we're going to keep arguing in court, and that's the only thing we can do about it.
Okay. Oh,
Can you
yes.
elaborate to the point when you say that they put an offer in as a substantial amount of money? Is that to refurbish the building?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so, but this is, I'm just going to call it what it is. It's been the game that's been going on. When you're willing to throw the money, you throw a number out there, but then there's no substantial things such as a site plan, such as an architectural drawing. You're talking they've had how much time? It's not months or weeks, it's years now that they've had this opportunity to do this, and that's all we asked for in the beginning, to comply, and then it was a property change in ownership, and then we had to start back from square one. And we're just to the point, in my direction to council is, not city council, but to our attorney, is that we're done and move forward with foreclosure, and let's get it done as soon as we can, because it's a danger to the community. It's every day, it's getting worse, and, you know, we've made them well aware of what the risk is. You know, they put a fake car out there as their attempted effort at security and threw up a fence that anybody can climb around or climb over. And yet, you know, at the end of the day, our public safety are the ones that have to respond to these issues and put themselves at risk of the building collapsing or falling through a floor or something like that. So I'm kind of done with them, because it's all false hope, and it seems to be a game that they play to buy time, and for what, I don't know. And, you know, our direction, from my direction, has been, let's get this done, let's get it and be the ones to take it down. At the same time, we're trying to find investors that want to develop the property. So, you know, we'll just cross those bridges when we get there.
Mr. Abel, I'm sorry,
One
we
quick
kind of
thing.
jumped on
When you
here.
mentioned start of the meeting about somebody at home not being able to hear.
Yeah.
Are we due to replace microphones in this building? Because everybody should have a mic like other municipalities have. I've had people say they watch and they'll see the red light on and the person talking is not coming through like other people are. And they'll always pick out one or two that are nice and clear, and the rest of them, nothing, like it's not even a mic in front of them. So I don't know if they wear out or what, but just a question, fit them in the next budget or something.
Yeah, I have to agree, and I think this has helped for me tonight, so maybe that's what we need for all council, I don't know.
I will tell you that some of the issues been I3, not blaming it, but it's
yeah.
just been the connection and stuff. And I know this past week, I think it's Bluebird, we just signed on. They are going to come in, and I think we're going to be making the switch over. And Bluebird, and I believe Stratus is going to be the backup. Those are going to be the two. So we'll see if that resolves some of the problems. I know that I3 has failed on several fronts, and we've had difficulties with them coming out or being responsive to come out and fix the issue.
I didn't ask them who their server was, or their
Yeah.
provider, so I don't know. If
So I believe that's some of the issue, is just the connectivity with where we're at, and we've had those issues, especially as there's a line, I believe, that goes over to county that
Yeah.
seems to fail quite a bit, and it causes problems for us and created some of our outages numerous times this year.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Ms. Holheimer?
I just want to thank everybody here down at City Hall. It's clear how hard you all work, and it's not gone unnoticed. So thank you for all your hard work.
Well, I'm not going to take much time, but I am going to kind of echo a little bit of what others have said here. Thank you, staff. Our city is moving. I believe we're moving in the right direction. I know we're moving in the right direction. When you hear the things that we're hearing on the street now, we are moving. There's restaurants coming in town. There's new businesses coming in town. Our Court Street is just hopping. Even downtown, I think I had said to someone that come to get a parking spot, and there wasn't a parking spot. So I love seeing that. I think our marketing, we heard from them today, they're ready to jump on things. So I can't thank staff enough for everything that you do for our beautiful city. So thank you. Now, Chair would entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Madam Mayor, it helps if you turn it on.
That's it.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adjourn to executive session under 5 Illinois Comprehensive Statutes 120/2C, which encompasses the following. 1, the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body. 5, the purchase or lease of real property for the use of the public body. 8, security procedures, school building safety and security, and the use of personnel and equipment to respond to an actual, a threatened, or a reasonably potential danger to the safety of employees, students, staff, the public, or public property. And 14, informant sources, the hiring or assignment of an undercover personnel or equipment, or ongoing future criminal investigations. And 6, the setting of a price for sale or lease of property owned by the public body.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Phillips and second by Mr. Nutter. We don't need any kind of discussion, so council, take your vote. Two, so I don't know if it's John or which direction. John, yeah. Motion passes 7-0 to go into executive. We will come out of executive and have a vote. So, council, do we need a break? Yes. All right. We will take a...
The chance for me to prison. Thought the book was written. Thought the game had ended. Thought the song was sung and I could never sing another. Thought the faith was misplaced. Thought the back was broken. Broken by a weight that I was never fit to carry. I thought I knew the city. Thought I knew all about it. And then one night I went to morning sight and you were waiting. I met you. I met you. So happy, living life alone and never sharing anything. Thought that I was finished, I thought that I was complete. Thought that I was whole instead of being half of something. Thought that I was growing older, wiser, understanding why this world held nothing for my spirit. I thought that I was destined to be nothing, destined to be nothing in this world, and then I met you. I met you.
You're the last
I know. I'm going to stammer and stutter on that last word.
Gosh dang you.
You know,
I'm not sure what this is saying.
I think you need to make a lecture.
Who was the guy that was such? We are now back into our regular city council meeting. Chair would entertain a motion for item 11, new business continued.
Madam Mayor, I move to adopt resolution number 307-25/26, approving the equipment upfitting of a departmental surveillance covert police vehicle that was seized via state asset forfeiture to Storm Off-Road LLC.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Phillips and second by Mr. Abel. Any discussion? Hearing none, do we take our vote or roll call? Council, take your vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. Chair would now entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adjourn.
All in favor? Oh, wait a minute, second. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Nutter, second by Mr. Abel. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Same, opposed, same sign.
Viva!
Las Vegas. Oh, my God, it's 10 o'clock. Wow.
You made a thing of pasta at home?
I did.
There you go.
Should have brought it.
It's
It's,
crawling.
I should have. It's